Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net. Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors.
Simply Hearing is an independent, locally owned center for all your hearing needs. Simply Hearing is conveniently located in the center of Homeport Professional Offices. We offer all manufacturers, simple consultation, and years of service. Simply Hearing, 508-548-8123. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
Dogs and Hogs, family owned and operated for over 5 years. Our slow smoke barbecue is available for dine-in, pickup, or catering, now featuring our homemade barbecue sauce. We also serve beer and wine, have gluten-free options, and lobster rolls.
RJ's Variety and Liquor, family owned and operated for 15 years. We have a variety of beer, wine, and liquor, local frozen stuffed quahogs, local frozen pizza snacks, and more. RJ's Variety and Liquor, 174 Sandwich Road, T-Ticket. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
Hamilton Tree and Landscaping has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Located on Route 151, we're available for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Bayside Kitchen and Bath at 419 Palmer Avenue in Falmouth, where design and installation professionals work closely with homeowners, architects, and builders, offering a full range of cabinetry, countertops, and faucets. Bayside Kitchen and Bath, returning you to beautiful spaces. Waypoint Living Spaces, carrying a large variety of products to suit your needs in any living space of your house. Waypoint, available locally at Bayside Kitchen and Bath or online at waypointlivingspace.com.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-540-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations. Cavosa Disposal is proud to provide trash removal, recycling, and composting to local businesses in Falmouth and surrounding communities. Cavosa Disposal would like to thank its customers in Falmouth. Cavosa Disposal, 508-563-5070. Family owned since 1919, at Puritan Cape Cod you'll find the latest in men's and women's clothing, as well as ski and tennis equipment and much more. Located on Main Street, Falmouth, and in Chatham, Mashpee, and Hyannis. Puritan Cape Cod, 199 Main Street, Falmouth, and online at puritanCapeCod.com.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations:
J. Miller Picture Framer, Deer Crossing, Route 28, Mashpee. Dalby Septic Plumbing, 508-548-5488. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. The Falmouth EDIC, 508-548-7440. Waquoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Annie Hart Cool, Global Real Estate Advisor, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. St. Elizabeth Seton Church, 508-563-7770. Vincent Associates Real Estate at 159 Main Street, Town Hall Square, 548-6500. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, David Rogers, Proprietor, 508-274-2057. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. Carl F. Cavosa Excavating, 508-563-0500. 5530. Paul's Precision Automotive Repair, 508-548-3164. David Rogers Electric, 508-564-7507. Murray and McDonald Insurance, Jones Road in Falmouth and MacArthur Boulevard in Bourne, 800-800-8990. Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Andy's Barbershop in the Falmouth Plaza. Chapman Colin Gleason, 508-540-4172. Hanish Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center on Route 28 in East Falmouth, 508-548-4842. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank, 508-627-4266. Falmouth Volunteers in Public Schools, 508-548-1621. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454. FCTV also thanks for Stop and Shop, Shaw's, Walmart, and the Windfall Market.
all town meeting members, please come forward, take your seats. Don't forget to check in and get your electronic voting device. All town meeting members, please come forward, take your seats. One more song, and then we're going to get started. Okay, all town meeting members present, please come forward, take your seats so that we can establish a quorum. At this point, we'll activate the electronic voting devices for the quorum. All town meeting members present, please press 1A. By a counted vote of 186, we have a quorum, and I call the annual town meeting into session. All present, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Brian Maru Pipe Band and Scout BSA Troop 137. notice that our Scout BSA Troop 137 are all young ladies. These are the young ladies that have joined the new troop. What was formerly the Boy Scouts of America now has troops for young men and young women. And so we want to welcome our first young ladies to town meeting under the Scout BSA program. Ladies, thank you for being here tonight. Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time we'll have the national anthem by the town band brass choir. This time I'd recognize Sandy Cuny for our invocation.
Heavenly Father, may our meeting this evening be not only an exercise of care and concern for our community and its residents, but also an example of how a community can agree and disagree and still be a community. We ask you to watch over and protect our families, our community, our nation, and our world. May your gift of peace become a reality for all. Amen.
For our moment of silence this evening, the Brian Boru Pipe Band will play Amazing Grace in honor of those members that have passed since our last meeting, including Kathleen Murray. Colors post. The girls from BSA, Scout Troop 137, the Brian Maru Pipe Band, and the Falmouth Band Brass Choir. At this time, I'd like to start with the dispensing of the reading of the warrant. Madam Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant except for the officer's return.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion to dispense with the reading of the warrant. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I'll read the officer's return of the warrant. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and summoned the inhabitants of the town of Falmouth, qualified to vote on town affairs as said warrant directs, by posting an attested copy thereof in Town Hall and in every precinct in the town, signed by Constable Harry Martin. Mr. Clerk, that I ask that the warrant become an official part of the record for this meeting. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion for non-town meeting members to sit up front with their respective boards and committees. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion for town employees who are not residents of the town to speak on any issue before this town meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I recognize the planning board for notification of public hearing.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Paul Dry. I'm the clerk of the planning board. I'd like to read a statement on behalf of the planning board.
You've got to lean in just a little bit, I think.
In accordance with Chapter 48, Section 5, Massachusetts General Law, Article 43 of the Falmouth Zoning Bylaw, a public hearing was held on January 8th and January 15th on Articles 17, 18, and 19, and Articles on February 26th and March 12th on Articles 19, 21, 22, 23, 24 for the April Spring Town Meeting. All who attended and wish to speak were heard. A written report to that effect has been submitted to the town meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This evening we have Maisie Saganik and Nicholas Dreyer as our microphone carriers. Thank you both. I want to remind all town meeting members to identify yourself each time you speak by name and precinct. I want to call your attention to Section 2 of the rules, which is the last white page in your warrant booklet. Time limits for town meeting. Reports of committees and officers shall be limited to 5 minutes unless a request for additional time is made and approved by a 2/3 vote. Opening presentations or motions shall be limited to 10 minutes unless a request for additional time is made and approved by a 2/3 vote. Speakers may only speak twice on a motion. Speakers shall be limited to 4 minutes on their initial speech and 2 minutes on their second speech. Limits on speaking shall not apply to the answering of fact-based questions directed to the speaker through the moderator. So I know some accounts said that last town meeting was a little long and maybe a little bumpy. And I like to go back to one of my mentors after each town meeting and kind of Monday morning quarterback the town meeting. So George Leberts and I usually meet over at Jack's, and we either have some grape juice or maybe a tonic and discuss how the town meeting went. And he told me last time, George said, you know, Dave, That seemed to be a little long town meeting. He goes, I know you got the gavel. He said, but there's something I used to use that I'd like to give you. And so George brought this into Jack's, and everybody was wondering what the heck is going on. God rest her soul, Betty Littner's no longer with us, but Betty knows what this is because George used to use this sometimes when Betty used to speak. But with us tonight is our former town moderator, Judge of the Commonwealth, and my mentor, Judge George Leberts. George, thank you. And then he said, are you really going to use it? I said, no, I'm not really going to use it, but I'm going to hang it over my desk. Okay, we're going to start tonight by using a blanket vote. For the blanket vote, we'll go through each of the articles on the warrant. If you'd like to debate the article or want to make a motion or amendment, just yell hold, and we'll hold the article. First time I go through all the articles, I'll give a brief description. Then I'll run through the articles a second time just by their numbers. And then we'll entertain a motion to accept all of the articles that were not held as recommended as the official action of this town meeting. So Article 1 is to choose officers, that's a hold. Article 2, to hear reports, that's a hold. Article 3, to settle claims and suits. Article 4, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for and accept state and federal grants. Article 5, to fix salaries of the elected officials. Article 6 is a hold. Article 7, to appropriate a sum of money to the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund to raise and appropriate $1,032,079. Article 8, to raise and appropriate $500,000 for the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund. Article 9, to raise and appropriate $140,000 to the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund. Article 10, to transfer $1 million from certified free cash into the Debt Stabilization Fund. Article 11, to raise and appropriate $200,000 to the purposes of wage settlements to employees of the town. Article 12 is a hold for the recommendation on the floor. Article 13, to transfer $66,835.57 from Article 19, 1116 for the purposes of this article, funding school security system upgrades. Article 14, there is a Scribner's error in the recommendation. If you go to the first line, the transfer to additional gross OT, the number should be 01-210-5130. This is to transfer the sum of $350,000 within the fiscal year 2019 budget. Article 15 is a hold. Okay, I'm told the second line item for the transfer is also 210. Yep, point of order? That was it? Okay. So the transfer 2 is 01210 for both of those line items. Article 15 is a hold. Article 16, to accept the doings of the Board of Selectmen in laying out Winthrop Drive and Captain Davis Lane. Article 17, to amend the zoning bylaw site plan review. Article 18, to amend the zoning bylaw by adding Section 240-225 notices. Article 19, to vote to amend the zoning bylaw for marijuana treatment centers. Article 20, to vote to amend the Code of Falmouth, Chapter 21, Boards by amending Article 1, Planning Board. Article 21, to vote to amend the zoning bylaw single resident districts, and Article 8, agricultural districts. The recommendation is indefinite postponement. Hold. Yeah. It's a hold, yeah. Article 22, to amend the zoning bylaw for accessory apartments. The recommendation is indefinite postponement. Who's holding this one? Who's holding this? Oh, in the back right. He called me, told me he wasn't going to hold it, and he wasn't going to be here, so, okay. Article 23, to amend the zoning bylaw for accessory apartment. The recommendation is indefinite postponement. Hold. Article 24, Chapter 240 of the zoning bylaw, dealing with substance abuse clinics in business districts. The recommendation is indefinite postponement. Hold. Article 25, to amend the Code of Falmouth, Chapter 240 zoning performance requirements for site design. Hold. Article 26, to rescind the acceptance of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 31, Section 58A, which provides a maximum age of 32 years for the original appointment of firefighter and police officers. Article 27, to vote to amend the town's salary administration plan, adding grade 8 program coordinator, council on aging. Hold. Article 28 is a hold. Article 29, to authorize the use of second water meters. Hold. Article 30 is a hold. Article 31, vote to transfer $40,860 from certified free cash to finance water quality monitoring and operational support for the second year of the planned 3-year nitrogen attenuation evaluation program. $40,860, right? Yeah, $40,860 from certified free cash for water quality monitoring. You notice the article had posted $75,000, but the recommendation they're only asking for $40,860. Article 32, to vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 from fiscal 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to Housing Assistance Corporation to partially fund the Cape Cod Housing Institute. Article 33, to appropriate the sum of $68,299 from the undesignated fund balance to the Falmouth Water Stewards to install water stations at municipal recreation sites. Article 34, to appropriate the sum of $300,000 from fiscal 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to Habitat for Humanity of Cape Cod for site clearance, road and drainage construction for 10 affordable homes on Willett Way. Article 35, to vote to appropriate the sum of $614,500 from the undesignated fund balance to engineer and construct an amphitheater at the Coonamessett Greenway Heritage Trail and Green Gateway Park. Hold. Article 36, to vote to appropriate the sum of $93,954 from designated fund balance to Historic Highfield Incorporated to construct ADA accessibility improvements to existing recreational paths at the gardens. $37, to appropriate the sum of $604,384, of which $258,610 is from the Historic Preservation Reserve and $345,774 is from the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to the Friends of Nopska Light. Hold. Article 38, to appropriate $30,000 from the Historic Preservation Reserve to the Falmouth Historical Commission to conduct Phase 3 of the townwide inventory of historical resources. Article 39, to appropriate the sum of $125,100 from the Historic Preservation Reserve to Falmouth Historical Society to develop a historic structural report and to restore the rear roof section of the 1790 Dr. Francis Wicks House. Hold. Article 40, to appropriate the sum of $310,000 from undesignated fund balance to replace 2 tennis courts and 2 combination tennis pickleball courts and replace 1 basketball court with 1 new pickleball court and 1 new basketball court at Lawrence School. Article 41, to appropriate the sum. Article 42, to vote to appropriate from fiscal 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues the sum of $137,950 for administrative expenses. Article 43, to vote to appropriate, transfer the sum of $575,000 from fiscal 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to the Land Bank Debt Reserve account to fund conservation land acquisition debt service payments beyond 2020. Article 44, appropriate the sum of $800,000 from fiscal 2020 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to the Community Preservation Budgeted Reserve. Okay, Article 1 is a hold, Article 2 is a hold, Article 3. Article 4. Article 5. Article 6 is a hold, Article 7. Article 8. OPEB is Article 8. Hold. Article 9. Article 10. Article 11. Article 12 is a hold. Article 13. Article 14. Article 15 is a hold. Article 16. Article 17. Article 18. Do I have a hold on 18? Yeah, okay. Article 19. Article 20. Article 21 is a hold, Article 22 is a hold, Article 23 is a hold, Article 24 is a hold, Article 25 is a hold, Article 26. Article 27 is a hold, Article 28 is a hold, Article 29 is a hold, Article 30 is a hold, Article 31. Article 32. Article 33. Article 34. Article 35 is a hold, Article 36. Article 37 is a hold, Article 38. Article 39 is a hold, Article 40. Article 41 is a hold, Article 42. Article 43. Article 44. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that all articles that have been passed and not held be and hereby adopted as recommended as the official action of this meeting, and that the necessary monies for the same shall be raised and appropriated or as otherwise specified.
You've all heard the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous, and the blanket vote is passed. Mr. Chairman, for notification.
Mr. Moderator, I hereby serve notice of reconsideration of all articles passed under the blanket vote.
Okay. Article 1, to choose all necessary officers. This is Finance Committee nominations. I will be placing 5 names in nomination for 3-year terms and 2 names in nomination for 2-year terms. The 5 names for 3-year terms will be Joseph Gillette, Ronald Dyer, Nicholas Lowell, Keith Schwagel, and Cynthia Eaton. The 2 names for 2-year terms will be James Newman and Joe LeMay. Are there any further nominations from the floor? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to close nominations. So moved. All those in favor of closing nominations signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. All those in favor of the nominations as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Unanimous. Congratulations to our new Finance Committee members. Welcome aboard. Article 2, Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 2 as printed.
Article 2 as printed. This is committee reports. Our first report will be from the Board of Selectmen. Madam Chairman, you wanted to request an additional minute?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to request actually additional 2 minutes over the 5.
Okay, so total of 7 minutes. Okay, all those in favor of the additional 2 minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we have 7 minutes.
So, may I, Mr. Moderator? Yep. So before I introduce my colleagues, Megan English Braga and Doug Brown, for this town meeting's State of the Town address from the Board of Selectmen, I want to mention the success of the Board of Selectmen's communication initiative, inviting residents to speak directly to informed selectmen on issues most important to them. The board has taken this feedback from the community and directed the town manager to produce results, including 2 new firefighter positions, 4 new police officers, 2 new public works employees. For the Route 28 expansion, the board held community forums and created a first-of-its-kind action committee to work with town officials, which we hope to use as a model for other large community impact projects. We have a state-of-the-art senior center, Rising, which the board took as an opportunity to work closely with the school department on constructing a new field at the high school. And now, for more good things to come, I'll introduce my colleagues, Doug and Megan.
Thank you. Just along the lines of what Sue is mentioning, this board has taken communication throughout our community and community engagement very seriously. I know I speak for the board when I say that our feeling is that as a board, we're only as effective at setting policy as we are at communicating, receiving input, listening to individuals in the community, and really taking our cues from those things that are most important to all of our community. And so, in addition to the comments we heard during our live session, our listening session, some of our other community forums, in addition to those bearing the fruits that Sue just mentioned in terms of hiring, what we also did was really listen to what people raised concerns about in terms of how they can become engaged. One of the things that we heard was that people didn't know how they could be part of a committee, what that commitment meant, what that process was. And that it was daunting for individuals who hadn't served on town committees to really know what they were in for and how to go through that process, particularly for a lot of the individuals that move to this community, bring incredible wealth of experience and a real passion and time to volunteer. But they really need some introduction into how to do that. So one of the things that we did was that we asked Doug, along with the help of Judy Fenwick, who I know Doug invited her down here, but she refused, so we weren't trying to exclude her. And Peter Johnson-Staub also assisted in redoing the committee handbook. And while that sounds like it might be sort of an arcane piece of literature, it really isn't. It's that first piece of information that's presented to individuals when they want to think about the ways that they can engage in this community. What committees exist? How do those committees operate? What's the process for putting your name forward and being appointed or running for some of those committees? And so a lot of work has gone into really updating that handbook. And Doug can speak with more detail to what that process is, what some of those changes are. But we wanted to let this town meeting understand that in addition to all of the public forums, we're trying to make some substantive changes that will last beyond when the members of this board are no longer serving, and will last with that that effort to really bring in new engagement, to keep people part of this community and have more voices heard, because again, that's the goal. We really grow our community, we improve our community when we hear from more individuals, and we've said this many times, this town runs on a small army of volunteers, and so we want to make it as easy as possible for people to volunteer in the ways that they feel most inclined to do so. So Doug can speak with some authority on that.
Hi, Doug Brown. So this was one of the comments made at one of our public sessions, listening sessions, and Judy Fenwick made the comment that the handbook is pretty dated and could use some help. So we said, well, maybe we could use your help to update it. She ended up doing most of the work, so thanks, Judy. It's got a table of contents, it's a great introduction, and it's a really a guide to local government. It also includes a code of conduct for people that are serving. So it's just a draft right now, but we're going to be passing it out at the potluck dinner that hopefully a lot of committee people can come to at the Falmouth Harbor Yacht Club. So we'll have a chance to comment on it, and then we'll move it along. And so, you know, we welcome your comments and suggestions, but you might have to do some work if you do. All right, so thanks.
That was good. You actually kept it to the 5 minutes. All right, next I have representatives of the Conservation Commission and then the Energy Committee.
Good evening. My name's Betsy Gladfelter, and I'm with the Conservation Commission. I'm here tonight to give an update on the Coonamessett River, which is recognized nationally and statewide as critical habitat for herring. The lower river in particular is impaired by centuries of land use. After laying their eggs in fresh water, the herring return to the sea, where they're food for the striped bass you like to catch, as well as many other commercial species. Here's how river herring school in the sea. The goals of this project are a healthy and self-sustaining ecosystem, improved coastal resiliency, and greater opportunities for recreation and education. Resilience to climate change is helped by the stable hydrological setting of a river. A healthy, shallow river wetlands can absorb and rebound from coastal surges and stormwater events and provides the opportunity for marine wetlands to migrate inland in the face of sea level rise. We are creating the Coonamessett Greenway Heritage Trail by partnering with the 300 Committee. It has been instrumental in building this greenway, which is a buffer of protected conservation lands along the river. Through interpretive signage, we'll explore the rich history and natural history of the Coonamessett Valley. Folks already enjoying the trail include all levels of school classes, as well as other groups interested in the river's ecology, history, and restoration. The gateway to the Greenway will be located at the southern portion of the trail. The gateway will have parking at the John Parker Road level and an overlook where interpretive signage will explore the themes of the trail. Trails will lead to the river level to the mile-long Lower Loop Trail, which crosses 2 boardwalks. A small amphitheater made of granite blocks, saved from the mill days, will be tucked into a corner of a burrow pit. All trails in this section will be wheelchair accessible. We plan to complete this heritage trail and the gateway by summer 2020, when the restoration work will be completed. We're currently developing drafts of the interpretive signage. The 4 located at the overlook will be the evolution of the landscape from the days of the glacier, 2 combined with a timeline to show how people's use of the river has changed through time and how those land uses changed the ecosystem, and a 4th, how restoration actions improve the ecological functions of the river. We want visitors in the future to recognize this was not always a wild river, but has been restored to health. How do you restore the river? You remove barriers and also sand from the wetland surface to restore floodplain connectivity. You construct a new, longer river channel with more complex habitats along it, and you tie the river to cold water springs to provide refuges for cold water fish like brook trout. Phase 1 was completed last year at this time. The wetland surface was not seeded, and it looked as ugly as promised when the work was first completed. But by the end of the summer, a colorful, biodiverse wetland meadow had emerged from a seed bank that had been covered for 200 years by a mill pond, and the last 100 years by accumulated sand for cranberry cultivation. The dam remove was replaced by Dexter's Mill Crossing, named for the first mill on the Coonamessett in 1700. Phase 2 will use the same approach in bog and river channel restoration. Middle Dam will be removed, replaced by Swift's Crossing, named for the brothers who built the first cranberry bogs here in the 1890s. And the pipe culverts under John Parker Road will be replaced by a large fish-friendly culvert that you can see in the bottom. In this engineering plan for reservoir bogs, you can also see the bends in the river secured with large wood, as well as ties to cold water springs. To date, the restoration project has received almost $3 million in grants. Success in securing funding occurred because it's recognized as critical habitat for national and state natural resources. However, of equal importance to grant success is town and community support. Many people throughout the town, including many people in this room, have contributed to the project. For example, these grants require a monitoring program. The Coonamessett River Trust is our partner in this effort and has thus far contributed over $200,000 of in-kind grant match by their hundreds of hours of volunteer time. Here are the partners of the project to date. There will be more. Thanks for the opportunity to give this update. Please visit the river. The vegetation is awakening and the herring are running. If you'd like a tour of the river, please let me know. You can contact me through Concom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the Energy Committee, to be followed by the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee.
Oh, wait a second, sorry. Hi, I'm Megan O'Reilly, and this is Rosemary Drager-Carey from the Energy Committee. The Energy Committee's role is to advise the Board of Selectmen and other town committees on matters related to energy use, conservation, and infrastructure. To do this, we perform due diligence and share our recommendations with the towns and, on occasion, public and town meeting members. We meet once a month, usually on the third Wednesday at 8 a.m. at Town Hall, and welcome any members of the public or other committee members to join us in collaborating. Green Communities is a state designation that requires a community to meet several energy efficient and greenhouse gas reducing criteria to certify. Adoption of the stretch code is the last remaining substantive requirement that Falmouth needs for certification. Over 80% of the municipalities within the state of Massachusetts have adopted the stretch code. On Cape, Mashpee, Yarmouth, Harwich, Orleans, Wellfleet, Truro, and Provincetown are part of the Green Communities program, and Brewster and Dennis are pursuing Green Community status. The committee believes this could be an excellent opportunity for Falmouth. The program awards annual grant funding to the towns towards energy efficient improvements. This would lower the town's overall energy cost as well as reduce our carbon footprint. We are currently in an exploratory phase. We're reviewing the past comments and concerns from the spring 2018 town meeting and are planning outreach to the public and town meeting members on their concerns. One of the tasks the selectmen identified in their 5-year strategic plan was to identify sites suitable for solar. With the assistance of a summer intern at Self-Reliance, we conducted that analysis and prioritized sites on town-owned developed land in order of the amount of solar they could accommodate. Here you can see the top sites which are suitable for both parking canopies and/or roof-mounted installations.
Hi, Rosemary Carey, Precinct 5. The Energy Committee is also focused on bringing more electric vehicles to Falmouth. There are some exciting programs through the state and through Eversource which offer incentives for EVs as well as for charging stations and infrastructure. There is the More EV program through the Department of Energy Resources, which offers rebates up to $1,500 for the purchase or lease of battery electric vehicles or fuel cell vehicles. The program is open to anyone, and it's an easy application process. There are also funds through the Mass DEP's Volkswagen Settlement Fund that enables businesses and municipalities to apply for funds for cleaner diesel, hybrid, and electric vehicles. Then there's Eversource's Make Ready program, which covers 100% of related infrastructure and implementation of installing EV charging stations. So our committee plans to host an educational event on these programs so as many people can take advantage as possible. And if you're an owner of a business or residence and are interested, please reach out to any Energy Committee member. Finally, as for more immediate matters, there's one article that's related to energy on the warrant tonight, Article 25. Oh, thank you, Megan. Article 25, and we have endorsed it. This article would add a 9th criteria for site design that encourages the use of solar in Falmouth buildings. It does not mandate, but does urge consideration of solar energy when planning any building for which site plan review is required. We endorsed Article 25 because it reflects the town's longstanding policy to strongly support the use of appropriate renewable energy technologies, which was adopted in the town meeting of April 2013 in the local comprehensive plan. So we hope you will consider the Energy Committee's recommendation when you vote on Article 25 tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee. And they will be followed by the Senior Center Building Committee.
Good evening. I'm Charles McCaffrey, Precinct 5, Chair of the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee. The Coastal Resiliency Action Committee is working to complete the charge given to the committee by the Selectmen, identify near-term actions, and recommend a comprehensive long-term approach to address coastal flooding, severe storms, and sea level rise. The committee's report is due in May of 2020. A major study is now underway with funds appropriated by town meeting to assess the flood, storm, and sea level rise risks to town assets, the buildings, roads, and other infrastructure that are owned by the town. This study will be completed this summer. While this study is limited to town assets, the methodology and data it produces can and will be used by the town to assess the risk to other assets, such as our homes and businesses. Coastal resiliency is not just needed for physical assets, but for our natural resources, the beaches, dunes, and wetlands. And this study will begin to address those resources as well. We also need to make our coastal communities resilient so that they remain the vibrant neighborhoods they are despite future storms and sea level rise. Based on this study and other work, we will have a more extensive presentation of the magnitude of the risks and opportunity the town is facing at the November town meeting. Wrong placement of that phrase. We are currently applying for several state grants for both specific projects that will increase our resilience now, as well as broader studies to identify future projects for both the near and long term. The Commonwealth has authorized substantial funding for addressing climate change, more than $500 million. And we intend that the town get significant support from the state to meet the climate challenges we will face. Thanks to the funding support from town meeting and the leadership of the selectmen in creating this committee, we are very competitive for seeking state funds. We are one of only 2 towns on the Cape that have been approved to apply for municipal vulnerability preparedness grants this funding round. Thank you. We'll see you in November with a lot more detail, or you may come to one of our regular meetings and monitor our progress. We meet the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. in Town Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. The Senior Center Building Committee, and they'll be followed by the Planning Board.
Good evening, I'm Jim Vieira with the Senior Center Building Committee, and we have a very short video for you.
Getting to the proper grades, putting in the footings that will hold the weight of the building. We stepped out from the basement to the first floor, poured all the foundations, backfilled it to the proper compaction requirements, then we poured our slabs, and then we began building the wood frame. What's going on right now is we're framing the first floor. There are multiple trades on the site. We are currently just started putting in the bathrooms. We're upgrading the stormwater management on the site, so we're environmentally correcting some of the problems on the site while building a new senior center. So we're trying to correct all the things at the Gus Canty Police Station Senior Center site while we're building the senior center. Your building committee has gone to the next step. Now that the building's designed and under construction, they're working on finishes and furniture, IT, and things of that nature. You've entrusted the team to get it done on time and on schedule, and that's what we're doing here today.
What you missed at the beginning was his introduction. He's Dan Pilata. He's our owner's project manager. And I'm pleased to say that we have an excellent team out there on site. The contractor, the project manager, the architect, our town staff, people from the building committee, all working really hard and doing a great job to keep us on schedule and on budget. So keep watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have the Planning Board, and it'll be followed by Chief Dunn.
Pat Kerfoot, the Planning Board.
Do you guys know what the file name was?
Okay. Okay. My name is Pat Kerfoot. I'm from the Planning Board. And my report to you tonight is on the zoning bylaw recodification, which you all have supported with funding. Falmouth's zoning bylaw was born before I was. It dates to the late 1920s. Soon, without change, it could rival Methuselah, who lived to 969. So, after years of aborted volunteer attempts at rewriting and/or reorganization, of which I was part, we are now fortunate to have two very experienced consultants, Bob Mitchell and Bob Ritchie, doing the heavy lifting. A working group made up of those who work every day with the bylaws meets monthly with them to review and comment on their work, and we have quite a few comments and changes that have taken place. Just what is, go back please. Just what is recodification? It's a fancy word that means reorganization. Reorganization of our existing bylaws, with the purpose being to create an easier task for the user, a logical and consistent numbering system, and a consistent format. Our bylaws can be difficult to use as they are currently put together. There are 4 principal fixes we hope to achieve, as you can see on the screen. Decades of amendments and patches have led to disorganization. Many inconsistencies have crept in over time regarding numbering, format, styles of writing, and there is some obsolescence in there, such as ice houses, which we just don't have anymore. There is incorrect grammar, wording, and punctuation. Punctuation can be and has been the subject of court cases, particularly misplaced commas. It is imperative that these mistakes be corrected. Remember, we are dealing with our existing bylaws. We need current references to state statutes and court decisions. The end goal of recodification is a more easily usable zoning bylaw that can be readily amended without introducing past problems. You see the kinds of things we're looking at that will lead to the amendability. When we talk about a new organizational framework, it means reorganizing, again, all of the existing bylaws, lest you're concerned that we're changing our bylaws, into 14 articles, as you see up there, instead of the current 47 articles. They will be grouped together by related topics, therefore making for a much easier user experience. You pay attention to those topics. Major improvements, excuse me, will be fourfold. Simple, easy to understand English is always the goal. Some statements within the bylaws will need to be restated to achieve that goal by perhaps disaggregating a long, convoluted sentence. Organization will be easier to follow with the use of appropriate headings and subheadings. New tables, charts, lists, and use tables will be created to simplify understanding of requirements of long, multifaceted bylaws. How many of you have stumbled over translating Roman numerals? I know I have. Roman numerals will be replaced by modern numbers. There were 3 areas pointed out for intensive review with our consultants. The consultants and working group are currently struggling with non-conforming structures, uses, and lots. In many cases, the state rules take preeminence. In other cases, Falmouth can choose their own path. Sorting through and making sense of this is taking place now without losing the existing bylaws in the process. The last slide right here is an example of what I've been talking about. A picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, the first sentence of section 240-32F has 107 words, one sentence. When restated, yeah, when restated as a table without losing any of the substance, it becomes 7 easy-to-read parts. We hope to present the completed, recodified Falmouth zoning bylaw to you for your vote at the November town meeting. On the way, much as with the accessory apartment bylaw, we will be holding information meetings so that you will further understand the undertaking. And if any of you wish to come and listen to us once a month, you're welcome to do so when we meet with the consultants. Just check with our town planner for the date on that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a big task. Okay, next we have a video with Chief Dunn and then the Community Preservation Committee.
Thank you. Edward Dunn, Police Chief. I just wanted to say this body voted to approve funds for us to renovate the police parking lot, which included security, such as fencing, cameras, and security gates. And I felt you needed to see this, so here you go.
A lot of thought went into this parking lot. So we're really getting the maximum for this footprint that we have. Our call volume each year is going up. I mean, the town's growing. If you go to a Commodores game, you know the rec center parking lot's full. Well, our officers still have to respond to emergency calls, but now moving forward, they'll have a designated entrance and exit for them so that they can leave here safely, not endanger the public, and it's going to be safe for everybody. Through this whole process, it has been a collaborative effort with the police department and the Department of Public Works. I want to tell you, they come here every day, they've been assigned here, and do a fantastic job from the time they get here. Our officers are very professional. We hire the best, we give them the best training they have. Then they should come to a professional location. Law enforcement officers' cars have been targeted. So by doing this parking lot, doing the fencing, doing the lighting, they can go to work and do their job and not worry. This will definitely meet the needs for the police department in the coming future. And it also shows that the town really cares about the men and women here too.
So I just wanted to show you that. Again, it was a collaborative effort with the DPW, and it couldn't have been done without this body voting the funds. And from the men and women of the Falmouth Police Department and myself, I say thank you for everybody involved.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, the Community Preservation Committee, followed by the Charter Review Committee.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Cuney. I'm the Vice Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Just going to go through a quick slideshow with you. These are the present members. The Community Preservation Committee is made up of 9 members. 5 of those members are actually appointed by their own committees or commissions, and that's the Historical Commission, the Conservation Commission, the Housing Authority, one from the Planning Board and one from the Recreation Committee. And then there are 4 at-large members appointed by the Board of Selectmen. Up there, there's only 8 names because we have an opening, an at-large opening on the community preservation. If you're at all interested, please come and attend one of our meetings and see if you like it. Next slide. This is just a little history, how we enacted November 2004. Falmouth residents voted in May of 2005, and from 2006 to 2019, 13 years, local revenues over $33,800,000. Most of that has gone towards paying off the land bank debt. The matching state funding is the one you really want to look at. That's over $14 million, and that is what has helped us accomplish the projects that we've done throughout this town. Next. This is just the same chart we update every year so you can see how color-coded the 4 projects are, and that they are all over town and all very well. This is the use of CPA funds broke down by percentage. As you can see, the land bank debt, 51%. And then community housing, 15, open space, 11, historic preservation, 11, recreation, 6, and administration cost. So percentage-wise, that's how the money's been spent in the last 13 years. Next. By 2020, the CPA funds will have paid $25 million in land bank debt service. Article 43 that you passed on the blanket vote tonight was appropriate $525,000, and it's going into the land bank debt reserve. And so we should have maybe one more appropriation to ask for in November, and the land bank debt will be paid and be appropriated throughout 2021 to 2035. Yeah, good job. Next. These are just some examples. We can just go through these quickly, just show you open space, 25 projects for a total of $5.26 million. A couple samples up there. Next, we'll just go through the 4. Recreation, we've had 29 projects. We've spent $3.31 million. A couple nice pictures for you to see the tennis courts at Swift Park and the playground at East Falmouth Elementary. We have 2 websites, and also if you are interested in knowing of all the projects that we have, they're all listed at the CPC office or on our website, so you can see. These are just examples. Historic, 56 projects for a total of $5.59 million. Our beautiful Nopska Lighthouse. And community housing, it's only been 18 projects, but $7.44 million. And these are just, again, some examples to show you. These were the articles before you tonight. The majority passed by a blanket vote. Thank you very much. So for the ones that were held, we'll be happy to try to answer those questions as articles come up. If you see me at the break and you want to let me know what your questions are, maybe I can help answer them. And a thank you, again, these are the past volunteers of the CPC for their efforts and volunteer work that they've done. And there's an example of our sign that we have that it looks like it's hard to read. So I will just tell you. Basically, it will name what it is and made possible by the people of Falmouth through the Community Preservation Fund. And most of all of our projects will have a sign like this where it's warranted. And the only thing not on this slide are the people that in the past and in the present that work at our administrative office of the CPC. They're paid employees, but I'll tell you, we couldn't live without them. So I really want to thank everybody who has helped with the CPC. Thank you very much. That concludes it.
Thank you. Next up, I have the Charter Review Committee to be followed by the Bikeways Committee.
Good evening. I'm Peter Clark, Precinct 1, Chairman of the Charter Review Committee. And as the slide comes up, I want to just point out to you that our purpose, which we introduced last time, has been ongoing. Our goal is to recommend amendments that clarify the Charter's meaning. And we cannot alter the basic form of government, but we can recommend those amendments to the Board of Selectmen and make other selections too. This is the CRC. Thank you. So that was what we will move now to our timeline. You've seen this. In red and underlined is where we are right now, screening the ideas that we gathered through the last year, December, and developing recommendations. It gets exciting now as we actually propose some charter language changes. Those go to the Board of Selectmen, hopefully in July, so that they can prepare them for November town meeting. Then they go to the Attorney General and will be on the ballot in May of 2020, if all goes as we hope it will. But we're looking at 8 areas of study that we have pulled together from what were 44 questions we developed through December. We've grouped some of them. These are the general areas, and I'm not going to review them in any detail, but we are now studying these areas and looking at language changes. You've read about a couple of them. I've heard about your reactions to some of them. And I'm sure that as we go forward, there will be things that we are discussing that people will have strong feelings about. So I urge you to stay in touch with what we're doing. An underlying issue for us as we look at these things is what warrants a charter change. What should be there, what shouldn't be there. A charter amendment takes a long time, lasts a long time, as you can see here, generally every 7 years, and it requires a ballot vote by every citizen in town. But is that the level of deliberation and permanence that something may need? There are issues that need flexibility. They may need to be better handled by bylaw, where it requires your vote as town meeting members and can be changed at 2 meetings a year. That provides a certain level of permanence and deliberation and involvement of the citizenry, not as great as the charter. Policy changes, on the other hand, made by the Board of Selectmen, are changeable at 2 meetings a month. Again, there's some deliberation, you elected the Board of Selectmen, but it's a different level of deliberation and permanence, certainly. So as we look at ideas, we are trying to slot them and select for recommendation to you those that need the greatest deliberation and deserve the greatest permanence. It's something that we are debating quite actively. We'd like you to be involved. Our website is active. It tries to keep you up to date on the preliminary votes that we've made. You can go there and see them. Our meetings are at 4 o'clock on Mondays, generally the 2nd and 4th, but those are changing a little bit, so it would be good to go to the website to check which Mondays, but it's Mondays at 4 o'clock, not every Monday. So you can attend our meetings, you can email us, and I want to call particular attention to the Spring Forum on Wednesday, June 5th, 5:30, and that's in the Herman Room of the Public Library. So come to our Spring Public Forum when we hope to be able to lay out our basic ideas, and you can give us your reactions there and help us revise and refine them going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have the Bikeways Committee, followed by the Disability Commission.
Good evening. I'm Scott Lindell, formerly of the Bikeways Committee. We're now been renamed the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, sort of formally expanding our charge to vulnerable users of our streets and towns. We have a lot of interest in use of multi-use paths, certainly on the Shining Sea Bikeway, and we may be adding more along Route 28. And in that vein, we've commissioned Howling Bird Studios to produce this safety vest that pedestrians and cyclists may use on the bike path. For those of you in the back who probably can't read it, it says, "Alert me before passing." This is one of the chief complaints we get about some multi-use conflicts on the Shining Sea Bikeway when it gets busy. People like to be alerted when traffic is coming up behind them. I want to give so these can be just emailed Bikeways at Falmouth, Mass. And these are $8.25, and we can place orders for you through Howling Bird, and you can pick them up. I want to give a shout out to the DPW. Year after year, they do a fine job supporting us in maintaining the bike path. And each year we get incremental improvements made. In the last 2 or 3 years, it's just really made a big, big difference to have the path smoothed out. So I want to put a shout out to them. Chairman Moran pointed out that we've had a wonderful new example of communication and collaboration between the DPW, a citizens committee, to make improvements on the Route 28 subcommittee that was developed there. Great example of collaboration and stakeholder involvement in that project. That was just phase 3 of a 3-phase project, and that committee stands ready, along with the Bikeways Committee, if necessary, to pursue that kind of engagement in making phases 2 and phase 1 just as successful. That phase 3 followed Complete Streets principles. We had a great tutor, Representative Vieira, who led that half-hour tutorial for the committee. And I do want to put in a plug that I think I've mentioned here before. The town has an opportunity to tap into state funds if it formally adopts a Complete Streets policy. And I hope I can work with the town planners and town engineers to make that a reality in the coming year. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think I got my last two, Disability Commission and then the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Haynes, the chairperson of the Commission on Disabilities. We've done a lot of different things this year, but the most important thing we've done is to bring to the selectmen who allowed us to go before the CPC for funds for the inclusive playground. And I would like to show you a little bit about what an inclusive playground is. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about why we need an inclusive playground. If you go to almost every playground in Falmouth that is accessible, they're not accessible to children in wheelchairs or who use walkers or are otherwise mobility impaired. In the Falmouth school system, there's 586 children listed as disabled. In the town of Falmouth, 14.2% of our citizens are disabled. The state average is 11.6. So there's a reason why we're proposing an inclusive playground. I guess our article is on hold, and I am asking you to follow the presentation and understand why it's necessary for this town to have an inclusive playground. These are what does inclusive mean? Accessible means you can get there. It doesn't mean you can play together. It means you can just get there. But an inclusive playground means you can play together with your siblings, with your peers, with your family. Everybody can play together. This is the statistics for the Falmouth Public Schools. There's a handout in the back, in the back foyer that has the statistics on it. I'm not going to dwell on it because it's quite lengthy. Inclusive parks and playgrounds welcome children of all ages and abilities to play, learn, and grow together. But there are more benefits. They benefit children who become adults, and it helps them in how they become an adult. Play has been research beyond belief. It's like we played in hide and seek outside. That now is looked at as cognitive, physical, sensory development. Social activities take place in the playground. This is another list that is in the handout because so much of this takes place in a playground, and these are the different components of play that will have elements and components for the children to be able to experience these. So there's multiple challenge levels. There are different equipment for each age level, each challenge level. We're looking at play area for 6 to 24 months, 2 to 5-year-olds, 5 to 12-year-old teens with interactive equipment and obstacle course, for adults fitness, for all kinds of things for each age group. So elevated play, you'd think children with disabilities don't like to get up high. They love it. This is a child in a wheelchair approaching a playground. She can't go anywhere. She can't get on any of the equipment. She just has to sit there. Children look at her like, what is this? Who's this? She isn't involved. She isn't a part. This is a little story. The new playground finally opened. Lisa hurried down the street, brother Kevin in tow. He's only one of over 1 million children in the U.S. with a disability. 1 in 7 children in this country has a disability. So the playground opens up, brother Kevin's in tow. Lisa lifts Kevin from his wheelchair, straightens him up in the seat, kisses his cheek, and starts pushing him in the swing. And lo and behold, Kevin soars. And he smiles, probably for the first time she's ever seen him smile. He enjoyed the swing. And dreams do come true. And a Falmouth Community Play Space is going to be the dream that comes true. And everybody matters in the playground. There's not one person that does not matter when it comes to an inclusive playground. And that would be certainly true of the Falmouth Community Play Space. And again, he just sits there. But here, they're playing side by side. It doesn't matter if somebody's in a wheelchair or how they're playing. They're playing with an activity board that has tactile, has auditory, vestibular, precipitation, which is a big word that means knowing your awareness in space. And this will be what our playground's about. So I'm asking you to support our article when it comes up tonight or tomorrow or Wednesday, however long you guys go.
Oh, tonight. Let's
I hope. I
All right.
can't sit through another night, but that is, play breaks down barrier, play unites us all, and play has no limit.
We're at 5. Thank you
I got
very
it.
much. Last one up, Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Hi there, Linda Davis, Precinct 8 and Chairman of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. As most of you know, our charge from the selectmen has been to make recommendations to improve the town's comprehensive solid waste management system. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking part in tonight's Zero Waste event. One way that we're going to make a dent in improving our society, dealing with waste and trash, is to get everybody involved. So when we gather like this is a great opportunity to make it a zero waste event. And that means whatever you have brought in tonight, you might be munching on a food bar, or you have a bottle of Coca-Cola or whatever. We're asking you, whatever trash or waste you create tonight, to take home with you and dispose of it properly using your curbside. That's so important. Downstairs, there will be refreshments. We'll be using compostable cups and plates, and we were serving top quality water, Falmouth water, in pitchers. And we also ask you to make a donation to the kids from the Spanish Club who are helping us out down there. There are trash barrels, and there are also barrels around for recycling, if need be. But again, we would really like you to, whatever you have brought in, to take out with you. It's a policy that we'd love to see in regard to our beaches, but that's for another time. All right, we have 2 main objectives of this year. One of them is to help people recycle better and more frequently, and the second one is to get them to use our food waste collection shed at the waste management facility. First of all, just to clarify something, last year, as you know, China began refusing our recyclables, and that has caused some problems throughout the United States. You've read about what certain communities have been doing. Some have been combining the recyclables with trash. You need to know this. In Massachusetts, we are holding to the goal of becoming a zero-waste state. Massachusetts stands by its regulations on waste ban items and continues to support separating trash and recycling. Falmouth is asked to do the same. We are fortunate that Falmouth is under a contract for curbside pickup, where the price charged by the hauler for both recyclables and trash was negotiated and fixed by a contract. According to our hauler, Republic Services, our recyclables are taken to one of two materials recovery facilities in Massachusetts. Only under very special conditions will the state issue a temporary waiver to allow recyclables to be mixed with trash. What does that mean? We as Falmouthites need to do better with our recycling. We have plans to partner with, collaborate with the state, the DPW, the health department, organizations, neighborhood groups, and so forth, to get the word out. One of the problems is communication and messaging, and we really are working on that. And we need everybody's participation, and everybody can make their own personal events, zero-waste events. Planning a barbecue, birthday party, a banquet. Think ahead. How can you reduce waste? The committee is putting together a checklist to help people do that. Everybody can get involved, and everybody can feel that they're doing something to improve this environment. During the break, I will be in the foyer working with Republic Services and the DPW. We have a brochure if you'd like to take it and use it. It is on recycling. We ask you to put it on your refrigerator door, or put it on your bulletin board, or put it near where you do trash. It might help you to do your recycling and trash better. Thank you. And remember, no plastic bags in the recycling bin. And that means you don't take your recyclables and put them in a plastic bag, thinking that's a good thing, and then put that in the recycling bin. No, 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 no. And no single-use water bottles either. And I haven't seen one since I've come in. You people are doing really good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The question will come on the main motion to accept the reports. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 6, this is the omnibus budget. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion on Article 6.
Mr. Chairman, there's one correction on... Sorry. Mr. Chairman, there's one correction before, on page 32 of your warrant book, item number M.
So this is the last of the yellow pages. This is the revenue side of the budget.
It should read, letter M, it should read, raise and appropriate from the fiscal year 2020 levy limit, state aid, and estimated receipts. It did say 2019, should say 2020.
Okay, so the main motion is as printed with the correction from 2019 to the 2020 levy limit. Mr. Suso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Esteemed town meeting members, Julian Suso, Falmouth Town Manager. I'm joined by my colleague, Finance Director Jennifer Petit. And we appreciate the opportunity to give you a few introductory remarks about the budget. And again, this is for fiscal year 2020. It's amazing we've reached that point. The reserve fund balance policy, the town has reached and maintained its fund balance policy, including reallocating stabilization funds to the other post-employment benefit trust and the workers' compensation trust account. The town stabilization funds, the general stabilization fund, $6 million $221,136. Capital stabilization, $4,326,654. The debt stabilization fund, $1,643,137. And I'll defer to my colleague Jennifer for additional comments at this point.
Thank you and good evening. Revenues and expenses, as you know, when we put the budget together, recurring revenues fund reoccurring expenses. And our reoccurring revenues are your property taxes, state aid, your estimated local receipts, and other available funds, which include your special revenue and your trust fund. One-time revenues fund one-time expenses. That's what you normally see in the fall when we have free cash that will fund the capital program, and our reserves fund one-time expenses, our savings accounts, if you will. Next slide, please. Revenue detail. We do have a revenue policy. I do want to mention our budget is on the website, and it's probably 250 pages, and it gives you a good narrative and how we put the budget together, and a description and definition of all our terms that we use, especially with our revenue, if you want to take a look. We have 4 recurring revenue sources that support the operating budget, and our property taxes represent 74% of the total revenue used to balance the budget. And the limit, the increases to Proposition 2.5. So when we go into the next budget year, we only can raise our property taxes 2.5%, which is 74% of the budget. So, you know, usually our budget recommendation to the town department heads is to raise their budget around 2.3%. Next slide, please. Our estimated local receipts. Our estimated local receipts include your motor vehicle excise, our hotel, motel, and our meals tax. 100% of the meals tax is allocated to the Capital, General, and Stabilization Fund. I will mention that we have reached our goal in the General Stabilization Fund, so we've reallocated those monies to the other post-employment trust fund, and that's in the Board of Selectmen's budget policy. And departmental revenue is your water and sewer revenue, beach parking, licenses and permits, ambulance, special assessments, which are betterments. You will see an increase in betterments since last year because of the Little Pond Source Service Area paying their betterments every year through their tax bill, and investment income. Next slide, please. We increased our local estimated receipts to the tune of about a total increase of about $2.6 million. $1.2 million of that was to offset the water and the wastewater debt. We increased our water rates a couple years ago, and so we're starting to see that revenue stream come in. And so we've used that to offset the debt. So you'll see less being transferred in from the debt stabilization fund. The remaining $1.4 million increase is due to the strong estimated receipt growth in the past years and future additional funds from community host agreement. We did not use estimated receipts for short-term rental legislation. As you know, that passed in January. That is not part of the FY20 budget. Next slide, please. The FY 2020 budget is projection of $22.35 million in estimated local receipts. So you'll see an additional water and sewer and special assessment revenue to offset the debt. We are looking at a water rate increase right now. The Board of Selectmen will take that up at the next Board of Selectmen's meeting. And then other increases to fund additional positions. Next slide, please. Our other available funds, you'll see this every year. We use our which the revenue is segregated into other funds. Our parking meter, our embarkation fees is from the Steamship Authority, wetlands and waterways, your energy receipts, golf revenues. I do want to mention we used about $550,000 of golf revenues to transfer into the general fund to support the debt. This will be the last year. We'll be using the monies from the lease of the golf course of about $400,000, and we'll have to pick up about $200,000 in our operating budget in 2021 from our raise and appropriate. Community preservation debt, bond premiums, and debt stabilization. Next slide, please. Property taxes. We have the 2.5% levy capacity estimated, and you'll see the calculation of our property taxes in the warrant booklet. Our estimated new growth is at $700,000. We're maximizing our debt drop-off. We do have a short-term interest is offset by $600,000 from the debt stabilization fund. We just went out to borrow short-term for our senior center and the athletic field and some wastewater projects. And we have been able we got a really, low interest rate, if you will, with our AAA bond rating. So we're starting to see the effect of the AAA bond rating in our debt. Next slide, please. And as you can see, those are as a picture, those are our sources of revenue. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Suso, and he can talk about our appropriation in the town manager's budget message.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll just echo Jennifer's comment she just made. Of course, as you know, in the center of the town meeting warrant booklet, the yellow pages are your proposed fiscal year 2020 annual appropriations budget. Immediately following the yellow pages are 7 pages which make up the town manager's annual budget message. And that is my attempt to summarize for your benefit and others what's contained within the budget. The appropriation policy includes increases which are consistent with the Board of Selectmen's 5-year strategic plan. As you'll recall, each year the Board of Selectmen updates their 5-year strategic plan, which provides general marching orders for me working with town administration in developing the budget for each year and working with the Finance Committee. Also includes reserve accounts, which we've commented on. The budget increases in the proposed budget, health insurance includes a proposed 3% increase in the amount of $456,443. The retirement assessment represents a 6.91% increase, or $546,174. School department budget, 2.44%, an increase of $1,168,872. And the Upper Cape Vocational Tech, a 10.5% increase for $305,978. Budget increases in brief: 4 additional full-time police officers, 2 additional full-time firefighters, 2 additional full-time parks employees to add a full field maintenance crew, a full-time program coordinator for the senior center effective January 1 of 2020, additional 2 seasonal positions for recreation summer camp, additional seasonal animal control assistants, and an adjusted wage schedule for seasonal employees. Now back to Jennifer.
Thank you. And this gives you an idea of our operating budget and the percentages of what goes to each function. And I'll put the presentation up on the website. This was given, part of this was given to the Board of Selectmen. I tweaked it a little bit for town meeting, so it has been up on our website. Next slide, please. So the conclusion is our new staff positions will result in an increase in basic services to the community. We always are looking at fixed cost increases that we really have to manage within our 2.5% increase in our taxes. The budget allows for flexibility, and we continue implementation and further exploration of departmental reorganization and cost-saving measures. We look at that all the time, not just when we present a budget to town meeting. Thank you.
One other comment of thanks to all our colleagues, all the department heads in the town who are sitting here in a critical part of this annual budget process and also the implementation process. They do all the heavy lifting on overseeing the expenditures and managing their respective departmental budgets, and their willingness to be diligent and disciplined has resulted in significant returns to free cash year over year, working closely together as a team. So I want to thank all of them for their extraordinary job that they do each and every day in undertaking the important job of implementing the budget the town meeting passes. So thank you to all of you, and thank you to town meeting. And my colleagues stand ready with me and Finance Director Jennifer Petit to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go through the budget by each section. If you want to discuss, have a question, or make an amendment, just stand up, get my attention. But before we go through each section, are there any general questions about the budget before we go into the sections? Yep, Mr. Neto.
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. Fellow town meeting members, I think it's time that we say thank you to another group. And if you read your budget, when you got your warrant book, I think the description of the fiscal budget message that the town administrator put out from pages, 34 to 41, is an excellent example and an excellent explanation of where our tax dollars have been spent and what was the professional town hall employees aspect of what the budget should deliver. Earlier tonight we had and I was going to give this thank you before one of the reports. And the selectman gave a report on the accessibility of the Board of Selectmen and letting us as taxpayers have an opportunity to meet in an informal session and tell the Board of Selectmen what we basically felt was lacking or the direction that the town of Falmouth was going in. I attended the meeting that the selectmen had in East Falmouth at St. Anthony's, and I have to say the last time the Board of Selectmen came to East Falmouth, Virginia Valiello was chairman of the Board of Selectmen, so you figure out the time period. But I think we owe a thank you to the openness and the listening. It's one thing to have a meeting and let people talk, and it's another to hear what the people say and then do that. And I say thank you to this board, and especially to its chairperson. Not only, and the key of this budget that's changed is the starting of the addition of more employees, whether it be the fire, the police, and the parks. Because that's what we said at those village meetings. We felt that the town needed more employees. So I want to say thank you to the Board of Selectmen, because not only did you listen, but obviously you implemented it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else, general questions? Okay, we're going to go section by section. First section is town meeting. Town moderator. Selectman, town manager. Yep. Mr. Donald?
Malcolm Donald, Precinct 6. My question is regarding the Chamber of Commerce. Why do we support the Chamber of Commerce with to the tune of $10,000? That's one question. The second question is, can't the members of the Chamber of Commerce support themselves? And yes, those are two questions.
Yeah, Madam Chairman.
I can give you a little bit of history. A long time ago, I was chair of the tourism committee for the chamber. There was a lot of discussion about the fact that the chamber wanted a higher percentage of the funds than this $10,000. The $10,000 was settled upon. The things that are considered include the fact that we are a tourism community, just as most of the Cape is. I do a lot of economic development all around the Cape. I'm chair of the Barnstable County Economic Development, as well as vice chair of the Falmouth Economic Development. And part of that cooperative arrangement between the chamber and the town really does a lot of enrichment in terms of lifestyle of all the residents. When you look at the functions and the events, parades, for example, lots of things that the Chamber of Commerce does year-round. They participate in the planning. Oftentimes, the Board of Selectmen consult with the Chamber in terms of things that their members need in order for the really the sustainability of the town going forward, and it's just long been thought that that was the right balance of the funds. So that's just the history that I know personally. I hope that helps to answer your question, Malcolm.
Further discussion on Selectman Manager? Finance, yep, Mr. Latimer.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. Just a question with the explanation that apparently part of this $10,000 goes to the Chamber of Commerce so that they can lobby for their members. This is what it sounded like. Instead of their members paying them to lobby. Just a comment. Thank you.
Ms. Lichtenstein?
Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. I would just like to say about the Chamber, they have been the support for our annual Falmouth cleanup for several years now. And Mike, they do a lot for us. They provide meeting space, they go out and they get the bags, they contact people for us, and they really do a lot for the town. So I'll support this amount.
I just.
By the way, our spring annual town cleanup is April 27th through May 5th, and I hope everybody will grab a bag and go and clean. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leslie. I didn't get that announcement in at the beginning. So just to give you a little history, when we originally did this debate on town meeting floor, the appropriation of the $10,000 was to go for advertisement, i.e. the visitor guidebooks. And the finance department is telling me that's what the appropriation is going to. It's going towards that visitor's guidebook. So it's not going to individuals lobbying other projects. It's the guidebook. So any further discussion? Nope, Mr. Donahue. Okay, finance department. Finance committee. Town accountant. Assessors. Town treasurer collector. Town council. Mr. Latimer.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. Just a question on the special counsel. Is that something that is ongoing, or is that just something that occurs from time to time due to the need to work with outside counsel?
Mr. Duffy.
Frank Duffy, Town Council. Mr. Latimer, now we passed the stage where we're spending a lot of special counsel money on wind turbines and other expenses. This is strictly routine. It's mostly labor. In fact, it's almost all labor counsel, and this is something we've been carrying for a long time.
Thank you.
Okay, personnel department. Information technology. GIS. Town clerk. Elections. Under community development, conservation department. Planning department. Zoning appeals. Building department. Health department. Under public safety, police department. Fire department. Consolidated communications department. Marine and Environmental Services. Under the Department of Public Works, Facilities Maintenance. Admin and Engineering. Highway Division. Snow and Ice Control. Street Lighting. Vehicle Fuel. Fleet Services. Waste Management Facility. Solid Waste Collection. DPW Wastewater. DPW Water. Renewable Energy. DPW Parks. Under Education, School Department. Upper Cape Vocational School. Under Community Services, Clinics and Nurses. Council on Aging. Veteran Services. Commission on Disabilities. Human Services. Falmouth Public Library. Recreation Department. Beach Department. Bikeways Committee. Townwide Expenses, Retirement. Unemployment. Health Insurance. Life Insurance. Medicare Tax. Other Employee Benefits. Court Judgments. Town Insurance. Under Debt Service, Long-Term Excluded Debt. Long-Term Unexcluded Debt. Mr. Clark.
I'm Peter Clark, Precinct 1. I'd like us to look at lines 283 and 284, please. CPA fund, principal CPA interest, just so that you see the $1,142,000 this year that Sandy Cuny mentioned as a major obligation and effort of the Community Preservation Fund. And it's listed under long-term debt, but it's coming to an end. And I think it's important for us to recognize that through the wisdom of Eric Turkington and other legislators, the Cape Cod Amendment rolled land bank costs into the Community Preservation Act. Very important to gain that resource in our town. There are other very important uses when that money is no longer needed in 2020. And one of those, while I support recreation and historic preservation and open space still, the issue of affordable housing needs to protect the resource of young working people in this community. And I hope that we can turn these funds toward a sustained program in affordable housing so that we can keep the resource of youth and energy and working people in our community. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else under long-term unexcluded debt? Short-term debt. And the last page, the revenue sources of the budget. Any further discussion on the fiscal 2020 budget? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 8, Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 8 as printed.
Article 8, this is to appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the Other Employment Benefits Trust Fund. Mr. Finneran.
Mark Fitterin, Precinct 6. Mr. Moderator, I thought this was a good time to maybe get an answer to a question that I haven't gotten in the past. When this OPEB first became an issue or whatever, it was pegged at $84 million. And we started putting in $100,000 a year. 2 years later, it went up to 88 million, which isn't that large a deal, I guess, or it's $4 million bucks. But in the following 2 years, it went from 88 million to 117 million. And at that point in time, I asked for an explanation how it could have jumped so much in such a short period of time, and I never really got an answer. Now, in the interim, it's only gone up to about 120 million, but just because I never got the answer, how did that jump from 88 to 117 over the course of just 2 years? That's it.
Okay, Ms. Petit?
For your question, I did offer to send you the actuarial reports that you can look at, and I can send them to you. Every 2 years, we do an actuarial study, and there's several different factors that go into that study. One is interest rate, the number of employees on health insurance increases. So all those put together jump the liability that high. If you want to analyze it, I can send you the actual reports.
Again, you know, the average increase has been, you know, $2 to $4 million. But over that one period of time, it went up, what was it, $28 million. Can you give me just a more definitive answer? What rose that great percentage in that one particular period?
Several different factors when they look at it every year. It could be health insurance increases, the number of employees have increased, the number of employees that have taken health insurance have increased. That will increase the liability. There is no apples to apples comparison. You have to look at the interest rate. What interest rate are they using in order to determine that liability? And if we weren't doing well on our investments, that would increase the liability. So there are several different factors. There's just not one clear-cut answer.
I guess not.
Okay, anything else on Article 8? Yeah, Mr. Johnson.
Leonard Johnson, Precinct 5. The question that I don't expect to be answered tonight is, how do we get this thing under control? It's way out of control. I'm not going to have to pay for it, but my grandkids are.
Anything else on Article 8? Question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. Article 12, Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $125,000 from the water improvements account to fund repairs and engineering work to the bulkhead at Simpson's Landing to be expended under the jurisdiction of the town manager.
Okay, so the main motion is $125,000 from the waterways improvement account for the bulkhead at Simpson's Landing. Any discussion on Article 12? Hearing none, the question will then come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 15. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $65,000 from certified free cash to account number 01-220-5865, fire equipment, for the purpose of purchasing a bucket truck for the fire department to be expended under the jurisdiction of the town manager.
Okay, $65,000 transfer from certified free cash for the bucket truck. Any discussion on Article 15? Hearing none, then the question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. All right, let's stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net. Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors.
Simply Hearing is an independent, locally owned center for all your hearing needs. Simply Hearing is conveniently located in the center of Homeport Professional Offices. We offer all manufacturers, simple consultation, and years of service. Simply Hearing, 508-548-8123. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
Dogs and Hogs, family owned and operated for over 5 years. Our slow smoke barbecue is available for dine-in, pickup, or catering, now featuring our homemade barbecue sauce. We also serve beer and wine, have gluten-free options, and lobster rolls.
RJ's Variety and Liquor, family owned and operated for 15 years. We have a variety of beer, wine, and liquor, local frozen stuffed quahogs, local frozen pizza snacks, and more. RJ's Variety and Liquor, 174 Sandwich Road, T-Ticket. The attorneys at Oppenheim and Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
Hamilton Tree and Landscaping has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Located on Route 151, we're available for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Bayside Kitchen and Bath at 419 Palmer Avenue in Falmouth, where design and installation professionals work closely with homeowners, architects, and builders, offering a full range of cabinetry, countertops, and faucets. Bayside Kitchen and Bath, returning you to beautiful spaces. Waypoint Living Spaces, carrying a large variety of products to suit your needs in any living space of your house. Waypoint, available locally at Bayside Kitchen and Bath or online at waypointlivingspace.com.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-540-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations. Cavosa Disposal is proud to provide trash removal, recycling, and composting to local businesses in Falmouth and surrounding communities. Cavosa Disposal would like to thank its customers in Falmouth. Cavosa Disposal, 508-563-5070. Family owned since 1919, at Puritan Cape Cod you'll find the latest in men's and women's clothing, as well as ski and tennis equipment and much more. Located on Main Street, Falmouth, and in Chatham, Mashpee, and Hyannis. Puritan Cape Cod, 199 Main Street, Falmouth, and online at puritancapecod.com.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations.
J. Miller Picture Framer, Deer Crossing, Route 28, Mashpee. Dalby Septic Plumbing, 508-548-5488. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. The Falmouth EDIC, 508-548-7440. Waquoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Annie Hart Cool, Global Real Estate Advisor, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. St. Elizabeth Seton Church, 508-563-7770. Vincent Associates Real Estate at 159 Main Street, Town Hall Square, 548-6500. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, David Rogers, proprietor, 508-274-2057. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. Carl F. Cavosa Excavating, 508-563-5530. Paul's Precision Automotive Repair, 508-548-3164. David Rogers Electric, 508-564-7507. Murray and McDonald Insurance, Jones Road in Falmouth and MacArthur Boulevard in Bourne, 800-800-8990. Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Andy's Barbershop in the Falmouth Plaza. Chapman Colin Gleason, 508-540-4172. Hanish Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center on Route 28 in East Falmouth, 508-548-4842. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank, 508-627-4266. Falmouth Volunteers in Public Schools, 508-548-1621. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454. FCTV also thanks Stop and Shop, Shaw's, Walmart, and the Windfall Market.
Amendment to the zoning bylaw for notices. Yep, we're going to do a quorum. We're going to... Can we queue up a, I don't know, let's say a 2-minute slide? Queuing up a 2-minute slide for the quorum. If I have 123, I can say. Yep. Okay, we're going to do a quorum here. All town meeting members present. Please press 1A for the establishment of the quorum. All town meeting members present, please press 1A for the establishment of the quorum. Okay, last chance. Town meeting members present, please press 1A. Got 10 seconds. By a counted vote of 174, we have a quorum, and I call the annual town meeting back into session. Article 18, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Article 18, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw.
You could just say as printed.
What?
You could just say as printed, right?
As printed.
As printed. Article 18 as printed. This is to amend the zoning bylaw for certified mail notifications. Who held this one? Yep. Grab the mic right there.
Rosemary Carey, Precinct 5. So I was just confused about how these communications will take place in the future, if not by certified mail. And my concern is that people who live out of town and aren't necessarily reading the Falmouth Enterprise or maybe miss a piece of mail or email, decisions would occur and they wouldn't.
Yeah, postage prepaid is what it says. So it'd be.
It's just not certified.
Okay, but, right, okay, but if they miss that piece of mail and there's no, like, proof that they got it, wouldn't that cause problems later down the road? And is it worth those types of problems?
We don't think so.
Now we have a policy issue before us. Any further discussion on Article 18? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it by a 2/3. Article 21. Article 21 is to vote to amend the zoning bylaw, single resident districts and agricultural districts. The planning board's recommendation was indefinite postponement. Mr. Patemas.
You can bring up my first slide, please. My name is Jerry Thomas, Precinct 2. Basically, the amendment will say that an on-site septic system approved by the Board of Health is installed on the property. It eliminates the need for an enhanced nitrogen system. I revised the wording of this article after meeting with the Board of Health and the Planning Board, since there was some discussion on what a nitrogen removal system is. This makes it clear. We're talking about a septic tank, a septic system. Could I have the next slide, please? As you can see, the Water Quality Committee is currently conducting experiments on the most cost-effective enhanced nitrogen removal system.
Yeah, so, Jerry, let me just make sure everybody understands. Yeah, no, just want to make sure. So the main motion is going to be what's printed except for removing with nitrogen removal under J2 of the main motion. Okay, good.
As you can see, the Water Quality Committee is currently conducting experiments to determine the most cost-effective enhanced nitrogen system. You see 3 of those systems. They are working with 7 in total, I believe. Town meeting has yet to approve any nitrogen systems, funding, or septic service area in any coastal overlay district. What that means is that they will, eventually they will say, if you live in this group of streets, you need to put in an enhanced nitrogen system for water quality. But that's not what this article is about. The Water Quality Committee has yet to designate any area needing advanced nitrogen systems. Therefore, that's why I'm recommending this article. The systems are expensive, as you can see, and they don't get any assistance from the town. The costs you see up there are pretty consistent with the Water Quality Committee's estimates. Accessory apartments don't get the benefit of any financial town assistance like we did to the Little Pond Sewer Service area. We paid for their grinder pumps up to a tune of $3,000 or $4,000, and we're now paying to maintain them. The selectmen have not yet determined how we're going to pay for, if we're going to pay for, enhanced nitrogen systems to protect water quality. Enhanced nitrogen removal systems for accessory apartments to add 1 more bedroom, they're simply not needed to protect water quality. No other property owner in a coastal pond overlay district needs to install an expensive and experimental removal system simply to add a 5th bedroom. I don't understand why people wanting to put in an accessory apartment with another bedroom are being discriminated against people with accessory apartments with only 4 bedrooms. Next slide, please. This is a summary of reasons. Fairness to elderly, moderate income, younger homeowners applying for accessory apartments. This was the goal of the accessory apartment, to increase workforce housing. It still allows the Board of Health to approve on-site systems. Like a fine wine, enhanced systems shouldn't come before their time. One other thing I'd like to mention, that there are currently 2 vacancies on the Zoning Board of Appeals. If you want to be part of the exciting process of trying to figure out what those zoning articles mean, please put in your application. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Okay. Ms. Valiella?
Virginia Valiela, Precinct 5. I'm a member of the Water Quality Management Committee. I'm also a member of the Accessory Apartment working group that was set up by the town manager last year, 2018. I have 5 points. The first one is a brief history. The town has had an accessory apartment bylaw since about a decade ago, but it went through a major revision with a lot of effort from the planning board in 2017. It passed by 1 vote. The Water Quality Management Committee worked with the planning board as they were crafting that major revision, and we specifically had that language that Mr. Patamas wishes to delete. We specifically had that language included with a provision for a nitrogen-removing septic system. That was the understanding with the planning board. They have been consistent in their, and they have been voted indefinite postponement of this article tonight. My second point is that the Water Quality Committee supports the town's efforts to increase affordable housing, but not at the expense of making other town problems worse. And that, namely, is that there are 14 estuaries in the town that are already oversupplied with nitrogen from septic systems. In fact, you may remember at last fall town meeting, we updated the Coastal Pond Overlay District map to include all of the impaired estuaries in the town. And it covers 75% of the town. Now, 75% of the parcels in this town are in one or another of the impaired estuaries. So if this item is deleted, if this language is deleted from this bylaw tonight, it has a major impact on a negative impact on the town, because it is going to allow more nitrogen into estuaries that are already impaired. And you may have one here and one there, but that adds up. My third point is the key point. All of the environmental studies that have been done on the estuaries and the standards that were set by the state based on those standards, based on those studies, used existing flows, existing sewer system flows. So the only time that a homeowner is affected by this language that Mr. Patamas wishes to remove, the only time the homeowner is affected is if he increases the flow on his parcel by adding a bedroom. If the homeowner converts an existing bedroom to an accessory apartment, this provision is not triggered. There is nothing extra to be done. If a homeowner wants to build a detached accessory apartment and he decreases a bedroom in his house, again, this provision is not triggered. If you look at the history over the last 6 to 12 months, a number of homeowners have done exactly that. And so this is not an onerous provision. It is a forethoughtful provision not to make an existing problem worse. And the homeowner is making a business decision if he wants to trigger this particular provision. There are already 1,600 nitrogen-removing septic systems on the Cape. This is not something new. There are other towns that have restrictions on adding flow in impaired watersheds. The largest town on the Cape, Barnstable, is one of them. So this is not something new. It is, in fact, a very logical thing to do. You want to solve a problem, but you don't want to create another problem at the same time. Lastly, the matter of cost. The numbers you've seen here tonight are at the high end of the range, so they're sort of meant to grab you. There is a great deal of innovation going on in nitrogen-removing septic systems. We've had this very successful program in West Falmouth. We continue to have vendors coming forward. It has been created by the fact that we need to have other ways than sewering to address the nitrogen problem. And so having this provision in the accessory apartment bylaw brings that issue to the front, and the homeowner has the choice of whether he wants to trigger the provision or not. I believe that all of these costs will come down. The goal of the Water Quality Committee is that there ultimately will be one monitoring event per year, not the high $1,000 that he has up there. So, in summary, we think that the accessory apartment bylaw is an essential bylaw that has important provisions in it that were very carefully thought out by the planning board and the working group, and that the homeowner has a choice as to whether he wants to trigger this provision. It's not onerous in and of itself. We would ask you to vote no on Article 21.
Okay, further discussion on Article 21. Ms. Shepherd.
Susan Shepherd, Precinct 1. If you read your Cape Cod Times today, you saw that Nantucket's scallop fishery has dropped alarmingly, more than it's ever dropped before. We need to protect our water. We're not, never mind the whole planet. Let's address what we actually can affect in this town, and protecting our water by not increasing our wastewater flows into it is one of the most important things we can do. Thank you.
Mr. Smolowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ron Smolowitz, Precinct 8. I have a question, I guess. Obviously, we all know that I'm not a pro-sewer person. I'm more for nitrogen remediation on per property. So in a way, I'm for the nitrogen systems. But why is it tied to the accessory bylaw and not just to adding bedrooms? That's the one thing that I would like clarified.
Okay, Mr. Patimis.
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. I think it was tied to that, was what one of the previous speakers said. They thought we were going to be adding an enormous amount of flow and an enormous amount of nitrogen. The flow from one bedroom is 150 gallons a day. That's 2 people, 1 bedroom. That's the same number they use for sewer planning. It's the same number we used in the Little Pond sewer service area. Now, to put that in perspective, 150 gallons a day, if you look at Oyster Pond, okay, 150 gallons a day is a dilution of 15,000 to 1, okay? I don't even think you can measure that. And the last point, what was the last one of your questions on?
Well, I'm just wondering from the fairness perspective. I believe in nitrogen remediation on per property, and I think that, you know, I agree with a lot what Virginia said, and that's rare in itself. But what I'm wondering is why it's tied to the accessory bylaw. It's about increasing bedrooms. So is the next step to make the requirement for anybody that wants to add a bedroom? I'm just wondering about
my perspective. That's why I'm here. I think we're discriminating against those people that want to add 1 more bedroom, 150 gallons a day, at a dilution of 15,000, okay, to 1. And that was for Oyster. That's the reason. It's Virginia or someone else.
So, again, the bylaw is about an accessory apartment, but somebody that adds a bedroom that's not an accessory apartment doesn't have to do this. That's.
If someone goes to 4 bedrooms, they're home free. If someone wants to add a 5th bedroom, they get caught by the existing bylaw.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Fenwick?
Fenwick, Precinct 1. I just have a short point to make. And could we have the amendment back up? Finding it a little confusing since it wasn't in our warrant book and it hasn't been vetted anywhere else that I know of. So,
Could we put this first? I think it was the first slide. So we're going to get rid of with nitrogen removal from the J2 section.
okay. So we all know who were here at November town meeting that the accessory apartment bylaw went through a major revision. And the existing bylaw needs to be given a chance to work before we start doing these incremental piecework changes. So I would urge you to remember that last town meeting, we said no to this kind of an amendment, and Springtown Planning Board has said no, not to consider it, and I would ask that town meeting tonight says no as well.
Okay, Mr. Latimer?
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I'm going to vote no on this. A coastal pond does not completely flush in a day. So if Mr. and Mrs. Jones put 150 gallons in the first day, they're going to keep doing that for 365 days a year for how many years? Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Smith are going to do the same thing maybe 6 months later, maybe another year, and then the Andersons and so forth. This is how environmental disasters occur cumulatively. That's how we got to where we are now. So it's just simply a tiny fraction from this one house. It's again, a cumulative effect. Vote no on this.
Okay, Mr. Mancini?
Mark Mancini, Precinct 8. I just have a question. If I was to put an addition on my house, add 1 bedroom, this doesn't apply, right? Having the nitrogen? Like a nitrogen removal, so if I was just to put an extra bedroom in my apartment, or in my house.
Mr. Davis?
If you want to put an extra bedroom and it's not an accessory apartment, it's up to the Board of Health to determine if you have capacity. And right now, there's not any requirement to make you put in an advanced system.
Okay, so once I've put in that extra bedroom on my house, couldn't I then convert it to a accessory apartment and avoid that?
You'd have to go in front of site plan review, and I think the answer, they'd catch you.
How? I'm converting. I'm not building something new. I'm just converting.
It's the fifth bedroom, and it's the nitrogen load, so that, nice try.
Mr. Finneran? Mr. Finneran?
Is there someone who could answer Mr. Smolowitz's question as to why someone is allowed to add an extra bedroom, yet they're not allowed on the accessory apartment bylaw, which in effect is the same thing?
Okay, Scott?
I'm Scott McGann, your health agent. In Title V, there's no requirement for an increase in flow to have an extra bedroom, unless you're in a Zone 2 near a town well, such as Crooked Pond Well and so forth. Then you're limited in Title V to 1 bedroom per 10,000 square feet. That's probably 15% of the town that's in a Zone 2. Coastal Pond Overlay Districts are not mentioned in Title V. There's no regulatory requirement for D-night systems in Title V. Now, the accessory apartment bylaw that you guys voted in last meeting or the meeting before put that stipulation for a D-night system or an IA system or enhanced nitrogen, whatever word you want to use. So, but that's not normal for any others. So yes, if Mr. Swalowitz, I don't know why if you go from 3 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms in a non-Zone 2 area, you don't need D-night because there's no requirement in Title V for it. It's just unique to the accessory apartment because it was voted in that way by you guys maybe a meeting and a half ago, or whatever you want to use for the term. So you voted in to have the accessory apartment have it for an increase in flow. There's no statutory requirement in Title V for it. It was just something that was voted in. And was voted in for a reason. So do I foresee in the future, do you guys want to do an increase in flow for a regular single-family dwelling? You would have that as a bylaw. It wouldn't be part of Title V. It would just be another bylaw on it. So the reason why is that's the way it was voted. Does that answer your question, Mr. Swalowitz? You're welcome.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 21? Ms. Lichtenstein.
Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. Just a quick question. An accessory apartment, I'm assuming, is not only an extra bedroom, it's also another bathroom and another kitchen. I mean, if you're just adding a bedroom to the house, in this case, the accessory apartment adds both a kitchen and a bathroom. What kind of extra, I have no idea what water requirements come out of a kitchen, but I'm assuming you're adding a second one and you're going to use something.
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. In response to your question, the 150 gallons a day is for the entire bedroom. It's the way they calculate wastewater flow. It's the kitchen, it's everything. It's just, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Mr. Hunt.
Mr. Moderator, from you to the Planning Board, is there an enhanced nitrogen removal system that has been approved by both the state and the town?
Scott, you want to grab that one?
As far as state approval, there's oodles of them. There's probably 10 or so, maybe more. We also have a test center over there at the base that also does the vetting of it. So yeah, there's a lot of different types of systems out there that denite. So.
Ms. Valiolo?
I completely concur, and I would just add, the final decision on the septic system is a hearing before the hearing before the Board of Health. So they bring their knowledge, their criteria to the particular location that is under consideration. This bylaw, planning board bylaw about accessory apartments, is basically a policy decision of the town that in the case of accessory apartments, there is an additional consideration. Are you in a coastal pond? Yes or no? If you are you adding a bedroom? Yes or no? If you are, then when your project gets to the Board of Health, it needs to have the consideration for greater nitrogen removal.
Mr. Donahue?
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. If I understand this correctly, if you're saying if I put an apartment in my basement for my in-laws, I don't have to do a darn thing about putting in this system. But if I build an addition to the house or put an accessory apartment over the garage or something like that, then I do have to do it. Is this correct? Am I getting...
Well, there's a difference between an in-law and an accessory, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong. An accessory apartment can be rented to someone else in the public. An in-law would be a relative. Okay. So I'm not an expert in planning, but I'm pretending to be one right now. So essentially,
you're playing one on TV, right?
It's got all to do with the number of bedrooms and whether you're increasing or not. So if you were to put in an accessory apartment and there was no net increase in bedrooms for the whole property, there'd be no denite requirement. So if you had if it was detached or in the basement, it isn't real relevant for whether you're going to need denite or not. It's got to be to do with the number of bedrooms increasing or decreasing.
Okay, I have a 3-bedroom house. I decide to put in my basement an apartment for an in-law, let's say. That's what the whole thing of this attached zoning, do I or do I not have to put a nitrogen system in?
Is the total number of bedrooms on the lot going up or staying the same?
They're going up by one.
Then you would need it if you were in a coastal pond overlay as currently written in the
Even
bylaw.
though it's a 3-bedroom house now and I'm going just to, I thought it was 4 and going to 5. And
No.
this is where I am confused on this whole mission.
Well, there's a density component. If you have over an acre and you've got 4, there's a whole 1 bedroom per 10,000 square foot lot space component. Most people, when they come to me, they have less than that. So it's generally speaking, if there's an increase in the net number of bedrooms on the lot. But if you had a 2-acre lot and you were still within the 1 bedroom per 10,000, you still had less of a density of 1 bedroom per 10,000 square feet of lot space, you would not need it. So if you had a 2-acre lot and you had 3 bedrooms and you were going to 4, you still need it. So, yeah, so I guess you're going to need it no matter what when you increase.
What I'm trying to decide is this article, zoning bylaw, set up strictly for the addition of an attached apartment, rather than doing something like I'm saying, putting in a bedroom in the basement or an apartment in the basement?
Again, if it's an apartment that's going to be rented to someone in the
No,
general...
family.
Then an increase in bedroom does not necessarily mean you'll need a D-night system at this point in time.
But you will if you have this.
If you're going to apply to the planning board or the
build,
ZBA for an accessory apartment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, question will come on the main motion article. Mr. Potamus?
A couple of things I forgot to mention on.
Yeah. He was answering fact-based questions, so he spoke twice. This is his 2-minute one. He had his 10, his 4, and his 2, and then he was answering questions because that's where I put the little arrow sideways that he was answering a question. So.
A quick thing, give it time. People that are waiting are going to spend $15,000 to $30,000 while we're seeing if it works or doesn't work. My costs are in line with the Water Quality Committee's costs. They presented $15,000 to $27,000, and only one of those systems qualifies for $17,000, and that has a long ways to go. As far as the drip by drip, we're impacting the environment. The planning board has only approved 3 to 4 accessory apartments per year for the entire town. That's not for any one watershed. It's for the entire town. I could put all 4 of them in Oyster Pond and not impact Oyster Pond. Thank you.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion, Article 21, as we saw on the slide, what was printed, but removing the words "with nitrogen removal." All those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. It's opinion of the chairs that the noes have it by a majority. Article 22, the recommendation of the planning board is indefinite postponement. Mr. Finneran, you held this.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I was notified this evening that Mr. Banner was unable to make tonight's town meeting. I hoped to hold this article for him and speak to him and see if he in fact could make it tomorrow, or if he wanted me to present it
He
for
actually
him.
emailed me and said he'd like to withdraw it from the town meeting
Okay,
agenda.
I had no idea that that was the case.
Okay,
so
so-
I'll drop my hold on that.
Okay, would the planning board make a main motion of indefinite postponement?
We make a motion of indefinite postponement.
You've all heard the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 23. Mr. Finneran? The recommendation is indefinite postponement. Positive motion?
I'd like to put a positive motion on the floor, yes.
Okay, as printed?
As printed.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, the article is, shall town meeting vote to amend the accessory apartment bylaw by adding in section 3 requirements under B, lot size shall be no less than 7,500 square feet, and to add in 7,000 square feet in the sewered areas, or take any other action on this matter. Next slide, please. The major concerns on this article, or some of them, again, I thought that Mr. Banner was going to be here with his presentation. He had quite a concise presentation at the planning board, and I was just going to add to it, but hopefully you can follow along. The concerns, will it increase, can you go back? Will it increase the number of bedrooms? Not necessarily. That's only if it's allowed by present zoning. Some people said they were concerned about parking. That's another thing that would come up with the ZBA. They're not going to, there are already existing bylaws that cover this thing. Most instances, people are just going to take a bedroom out of their house and add it in as an accessory dwelling and then rent a smaller amount of bedrooms. And here's the major issue. We just went through it with Jerry's article. Is this going to introduce any more nitrogen into our estuaries? No, the dwelling is connected to the sewer. There will be none. None of those concerns that we just went over, whether it be a Title V or an enhanced nitrogen system, will have any effect on this. All the nitrogen is going into the sewer. It's going to do nothing to our estuaries whatsoever, other than continue on their path to improvement, which was the whole idea of the sewer in the first place. The benefits of this article, it'll allow residents to age in place, as well as potentially making the present situation more affordable for the owner, the resident, as well. It allows a caregiver to live on site in many of these instances. I mean, I have a place on Mara Vista. There are a lot of smaller units there, houses there, that are occupied by senior citizens. This would be good for them. It would also increase the stock of much-needed rental units and much-needed workforce housing. And it incentivizes the homeowner to rent year-round as well, which is very important. I mean, we have 40% of the units in this town that are seasonal. Nobody's renting. Nobody's using them. This would chip away at that a little bit. Next slide, please. Basically, there's going to be 3 different types of accessory dwelling units. ADUs is the term that the HAC uses. I went to one of their symposiums last week. There's basically 3 kinds. I mean, you can take a bedroom within the house. It would stay within the existing footprint. Obviously, nothing would change, so it would abide by all the zoning bylaws that we have now. There's an interior ADU with an addition. That's where you take a bedroom out of the house, not increase the number of bedrooms on the property, unless, of course, allowed by zoning and the ZBA, and then have a small addition, which in most instances would house a living and a kitchen and bath area, and they would, as I said, take one of the bedrooms out of the house. And then there's the third option is a separate one, which would be detached, and that would probably be most unlikely in most cases because the lots are only 7,200 square feet. But it's still a possibility. Again, we have zoning bylaws and laws that affect all this. Nobody's going to get any more property coverage than they would if they were simply going for an additional bedroom. Seniors and well as employers are hurt by the present lack of housing, and I'm sorry, I took those out of this book and I can't read them, but maybe I hope you can, because I use the same print that it says in the book. But you know, let me see if I can get it out of here. But anyway, it's can somebody read that? Can you read that? Anybody read that? Not even me. Oh, here we go.
All right, here, right here. For many years, the hospitality and industries were the only business impacted by the housing crisis. Today, it's hurting everyone, including professional services, healthcare, transportation, and banking, which offers good-paying, year-round employment. That's, again, out of the Hack booklet by Peter Muse, who's president and CEO of the credit union. And another statement in here is, this isn't a problem we can't build our, this is a problem, isn't a problem we can't build our way out of under the, oh, I think I wrote that wrong. Is a problem we can't build our way out of under the present regulations of the past. If we create the right environment and opportunities for higher densities, we could see the market respond and close the gaps. And that's from Paul Nizwicki. Everybody knows who he is. Again, I spent a few hours at the Hack symposium on housing and accessory dwelling units. And another thing I want to add to what Jerry said, there's about 6 towns that have these. And Provincetown, for instance, has only put 4 in. Most of the towns that have passed these bylaws in the last 4 or 5 years don't even have 10 units yet. So it's not going to be a great deal of disruption, if you prefer to see it that way. But it is a positive step forward. And I mean, I want anybody here to picture their mother or their grandmother who might be living in a 3-bedroom house, having a hard time making ends meet, without increasing the number of bedrooms, without increasing, well, they're not going to put any nitrogen in because this is strictly for the sewered areas. It's only it's only positives. And next slide. I don't have much more. This I took out of here. I rewrote it. But it's basically what it says here. We're at a fork in the road. If we take action, local year-round workforce increases demand for year-round businesses and professional jobs. Business can afford to expand and hire more workers. Greater consumer choices. And the region's competitiveness increases. I mean, it just makes the Cape a better place to live. If we do nothing, worker attraction and detention goes down. There's already many people that are coming here over the bridge to work. A lot of them in the healthcare, in the home care industry. For a couple of more dollars an hour, it's just not worth it for a lot of people to come here. And I know someone now that's looking for a child care who has he has a sick child. Basically, the kid's paralyzed. He cannot go to work half of the time because he has trouble getting somebody to take care of his child. And I mean, he gets money through Mass Health, but all of the caregivers that he has come from New Bedford, Fall River. We have opportunities here to house some of these people. And I think everybody here knows that we need more housing. Where did I leave off? Employers have to pay more to attract workers and reduce hours. Consumers pay higher prices for goods and services, just simply because of the lack of employees, lack of consumer choices, and access to essential services. I mean, just not enough people. Again, they could be housed in some of these places. I mean, who doesn't know older people that live in a 3-bedroom house, just the one person? And it increases the region's competitiveness decreases simply because we don't have employees. Next slide, I think it's the last one. Oh, that's it. I'd just like to finish with saying, in the last article, we went through all the concerns of nitrogen, enhanced nitrogen, Title V regulations. None of these have to be met in a sewered area. Along the way, during the sewer process, we were told that houses in the sewered area would be eligible for accessory apartments.
also potentially a fourth bedroom. I just don't see how this article isn't a win-win. And I hope you to give it a bit of thoughtful consideration.
Further discussion on Article 23?
Mark, question to you. How did you come up with the reduction of 500 feet, and what percentage increase on sewered houses with this effect?
I don't know what percentage. There's 1,400 of them in the 1,430 in the Little Pond Sewer Service area. You probably have a better idea. And actually, I got the number from the assessor's office out in New Silver Beach. But some of those lots are under 500 or under 5,000 square feet. I think there, how many was there? 280 houses out there, and then there's no record of the houses that are sewered in Woods Hole, not with the assessor's office anyway. So it's going to be at least 1,500, which is less than 10% of the housing stock in town.
Further discussion? Mr. Duffy?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Duffy, Precinct 6. I've looked into this in depth, Mark, and I find that the areas that you're wanting to do this in, some of them already exist, and Woods Hole is a good example of a lot of the lots that have a smaller building on it that are currently being used for workforce housing. It's going to be driven by the zoning board's decision on the 20% on the lot coverage, which is a huge consideration. A lot of these lots, if they're under the 7,000 square feet, they're not going to be allowed to do it. But if you have a 7,500 square foot lot, and we've looked at a lot of them for people, there's enough room to number one, to make the second building conform. So in a lot of cases, it's going to come down and it's going to conform to the zoning, 10-foot setbacks, which is going to please the neighbors. And it's going to stay within the 20%. And so if it's 7,000, you're talking basically 100 square foot difference in the house size. It's not a huge difference in what's currently allowed. And we're not talking about putting this in areas where you have large lots. You're going to be in a neighborhood where a lot of your neighbors aren't even going to be able to do this because the lots aren't large enough. So I don't see it as a detriment to the neighborhood as well, because they tend to be in the downtown areas, the areas that we want to see some increased density so that we can have some more workforce housing. And I really don't see, and I've done my homework on this article, I don't see the detriment to the article. And I support you on this, Mark. So.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valliola, and then Mr. Murphy.
I want to speak first about how we got to 7,500. I'm sorry, Virginia Valiela, Precinct 5, and a member of the accessory apartment working group. I want to speak first about how we got to the 7,500 and then talk a little bit about the impact if we go to 7,000. The original accessory apartment bylaw in this town that was passed about a decade ago had a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet you had to meet that standard if you wanted an accessory apartment. There obviously is sentiment in the town that that was too high a standard. We needed to lower the lot size. The Water Quality Committee was more or less in favor of 10,000, but everyone else on this working group felt that 7,500, which is half of what it used to be, was a reasonable number, and so we agreed. We compromised on the 7,500. So that's where that number came from. Many of the lots in Mara Vista turn out to be 7,200, and that's where the previous article, Mr. Banner, that's where that sort of came into the public knowledge because he happens to have a 7,200 square foot lot. Why he decided to lower the number to 7,000, there's no justification for that. It was just pick a number. And clearly his lot would now be included with that. When you look at how congested the lot is, and I respect my friend Mr. Duffy and the homework that he's done, but the when you look at the congestion on the lot at 7,000, it is really congested. There can be no more than 4 bedrooms. And so if the bedroom is added to the house, that probably works. Mr. Banner's proposal was to build a garage and then put the apartment on top. And if this is passed, then anybody can do that. We need to think that we're not only talking about Mara Vista. There is one other section of town that ultimately will have to be sewered, and if this is passed, this will apply there too, and that's Seacoast Shores. So there are a lot of implications to lowering the lot size even further. I would suggest that this town meeting wait a year or two and see how the existing bylaw, as carefully amended at last fall town meeting, see how that works out, and we find out whether there really is a problem and that this number of 7,500 needs to be reduced. At this point, I think we should stick with the compromise, which was 7,500.
Mr. Murphy.
Kevin Murphy, Precinct 5. I tend to agree with Mr. Finneran on this article. You know, folks, we had a accessory bylaw that Mrs. Valiela said that came up about 15 years ago. But evidently it didn't work because we got very few accessory apartments out of it. Then we updated that accessory apartment bylaw, and evidently that didn't work. Well, we have an area of town that's town sewered. It's not what Mr. Patamus is talking about. This is an area that's town sewered. I sat on the Board of Selectmen, and one of the big bites, as you would say, one of the big hooks about sewering was the fact that we would keep the number of bedrooms limited, but that we would be able to provide accessory apartments in that area. I do remember that line. Well, now we have an opportunity. Mr. Clark mentioned tonight about moving towards affordable housing. You know, we can continue to kick the can down the road. Sometimes we have to put our mouths where our money is, or money where our mouth is. But in this case, we have to start moving toward accessory apartments. The person who wants to do it is going to do it on their own lot. They're not going to be able to increase the number of bedrooms to over 4. It's going to be on a town sewer. The neighbors are going to have input in this if it is going to be separate, because they're going to have an opportunity at the planning board to be able to have their input, and it's only going to be the 20% lot coverage. It's going to be a minimum number of square feet. Folks, I suggest that you vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lowell, and then I'll come back over here.
Nick Lowell, Precinct 5. Yeah, I just have a question here. When we voted the accessory apartment bylaw, I believe that impacted both single residence districts and agricultural districts. And in this as motion as proposed here, you're not specifying whether that's one, the other, or both. So I understand, but you're asking for a change to the zoning laws, and you're not specifying exactly which section. So is it 240-23 or is it 240-38? Thanks. I think it's important because if we're going to debate this, we might as well have it be a legitimate motion, and I'm not sure if it is. Thanks.
I have no idea what that means, to be honest with you.
So your amendment, it doesn't say where within the zoning bylaw, what section you want to make this change? You make reference to Section 3, but Section 3 of which portion of the zoning bylaw?
Oh, the same one that has the 7,500 square foot
Yeah,
limitation.
that exists in 240-23 and 240-48.
And
38, sorry, 38.
so, translated, what does...
One, the other, or both? want it in both?
Both would be acceptable. It's still not agricultural, and it's still in a sewer service area. Would that not be correct? And I don't want to confuse this any further, but I'm going to. We just had an argument against this article because it might affect Seacoast Shores. Are not those houses on Seacoast Shores, for the most part, in the neighborhood of 6,500 square feet? If we were to amend this article up to the 7,200, that would eliminate the possibility of this applying to Seacoast Shores, would it not? Not that I'm against that. I actually liked Mr. Banner's article because the jurisdiction for all this and the laws are already laid down by, and it has to go through zoning. No one's going to cover any more lot than they would normally be allowed to. I think it's sort of like Mr. Smolowitz's argument. They're almost discriminating against the accessory apartments, and we desperately need them. I know people on Mira Vista that this would make the difference between them aging in place, keeping their house, and not. So, back to your question, both sections wouldn't have any adverse effect, would it?
Section 3 requirements B a lot. Are they both Section 3s and Bs? See, that's J2. And any chance the planning board would have the zoning bylaw book? Yeah. Because he's got the J2 reference, but then he's got the B reference. I'm trying to figure out how to get these numbers in there. Let's see if we can figure out where to get how to get the numbers accurate in there. Let me keep going with my list. Mr. Patamas.
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. I think the key is that if you want to tie into the sewer system, the wastewater superintendent needs to approve the tie-in. If there's capacity, I think they might be automatically allowed. But that's one thing. The other thing is on congestion and parking and things like that. The planning board has site plan review. And they will control if a particular design doesn't fit in with the character because they're adding too many cars. They want to park on the street or they want to park on the lawn. So I think within the planning board, the site plan review takes care of the density and the character of your community. Thank you.
Mr. Kapp.
Moderator, Paul Kapp, Precinct 3. I concur with Mr. Finneran and Murphy and Duffney. This is a win-win situation. I'd like to clarify one thing that Ms. Viella said about John Banner and his home down in Mar Vista. He had a garage approved to be built on his lot. He was not going to exceed the 20% coverage. He asked to put an accessory apartment on it, and that was denied because of the 7,500 square feet. For 300 square feet, he was going to have a garage anyway, and we changed this to 7,000 to 7,200. We're going to be able to add an awful lot of housing, affordable housing, that we so desperately need, and everybody keeps talking about it. It's a win-win. I can't see any way around that. Thank you.
Ms. Moran?
Against this article. I think that one of the concerns that I would have is with respect to investor development and the possibility of projects getting ahead of us to the extent that it affects the character of neighborhoods. I would rather wait and let the planning board and the accessory apartment subcommittee study this a little further and have the process coincide with all of our efforts going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Neto?
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. I think it's time that I disagree with the chairperson of the select board. I think it's time to do something now. Mainly because it's tied into the sewer. You mentioned future developments. Well, I look at the area that's sewered in the Little Silver Beach area. That's all developed. I own a piece of property in the sewer, Alma Road. It's all developed. And I hate to bring this into the discussion, but we have a 40B project near us, 28 units on 7 acres. And all the septic went out the window when we spoke as neighbors about the density of that project. So what's good for the goose is going to be good for the gander. The key here, and Mr. Lowell brought it up, can we do a requirement and change from 7,500 to 7,000 just on an area that's defined as being in the sewer? And I have to remind you, when the town wanted to sewer the Little Pond area, as a homeowner, I was told by right I could go from 3 bedrooms in my house to 4 because I was connected to the sewer. So I just want to remind, that was the argument and I supported the sewer. I never said, I stood up here and I'm for it. And I think we should move on this. It's not going to endanger the environment. I mean, I would never vote to endanger the environment. Please, I'm a beekeeper, I'm an organic gardener. This is not going to affect our estuary. We do a lot more damage to our estuary by the town of Falmouth than the homeowners, if you look at some of our road runoff. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Finneran, I think we've got the sections figured out here that it says in your motion, bylaw by adding in chapter 240-23 and 240-38. Section 3 requirements B, yada, yada, yada.
7,000.
Yeah, so that'll do both. So will you put that on the floor as an amendment?
Please.
All right, so let's just take a quick vote on the amendment to put the chapter and verse in there. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Okay, next on my list, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Grant Walker, Precinct 3. I'm going to be voting in favor of this motion. So I'm supporting Mr. Finneran on this, and I think Mr. Duffy, Mr. Duffany, a builder, has kind of made it clear, as I understand him, that there will be many lots in which it would actually be possible in a 7,000 square foot lot to add a separate structure. I agree with Mr. Murphy that we ought to act on this. It's going to be for affordable housing. I agree with Mr. Neto that we were told when we were sewered, and I live in this area, we were told that, yeah, this will help you to get an extra bedroom if you need it. And why not for an accessory apartment? Thank you.
Okay, we're ready. This requires a 2/3 vote, zoning bylaw. All those in favor of the motion as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. It's opinion of the chair is that the ayes have it by a 2/3. Is there a challenge to the chair? Challenge to the chair. All right, let's queue up a slide. Yeah, you can sit down. I told him to queue up a slide. Queue up the slide. You want a recorded roll call vote? Then you should have made the motion before we went to vote. Queue up the slide. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, 2B. We are in the middle of a roll call. You may sit down, Mr. Donald. By a counter vote of 138 in favor and 53 opposed, the necessary 2/3 passes and Article 23 passes as amended.
Thank you very much.
The chair would remind members that if you want to fix the method of voting, that needs to be done before the question is called and we begin the voting procedure. If the method is not fixed when the debate is completed, either through call of the chair or through a motion on the floor to move the previous question, then the standard is voice vote. If the voice vote doesn't work, then we go to the aggregate count of the electronic voting device. Members that want recorded roll call devices should request such a roll call device vote prior to the debate ending. It's the same thing I've told you at every meeting. I'm not changing it on the floor. You really going to do this, Malcolm? Go ahead, get the microphone, make it good.
Yes, Malcolm Donald, Precinct 6. If we were to request a recorded roll call vote prior to calling the question, then we're going to be delaying town meeting, possibly delaying town meeting if there is no requirement for an electronic vote. I don't want to delay town meeting in any way by asking for that. So I am only concerned for a recorded roll call vote if there is an electronic vote. I don't want to delay town meeting by standing up and asking for a roll call vote when there won't be an electronic vote required. Thank you.
Unfortunately, that's parliamentary procedure. That's town meeting time. That's the way it's been for nearly 300 years in New England, and that's the way it will be unless town meeting votes to change it. And they voted not to change it last time. Article 24. The recommendation is indefinite postponement on the planning board. Mr. Finneran, you held this? Yeah, but we need a motion on the floor. You held this. Town meeting member has to make a motion. Yep.
I can do it from here, correct?
Yeah.
I'd like to put a positive motion on the floor for this as printed for Mr. Halen.
As printed. Mr. Halen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Article 24 is to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 240 zoning of the Code of Falmouth by adding the following definitions in Article 3. Terms defined substance abuse clinic, a use of land or building on the same lot where people with an alcohol or drug addiction are treated and remain for less than 24 hours. And this will apply to 240-48, permitted business uses. We are adding the language substance abuse clinic, and there's also not to be located within 500 feet of the property boundary of a public or private kindergarten, primary or secondary school, a place of worship, a day nursery, nursery school, public park, or playground. And this is more of the article, just explaining what it is. You can go to the next slide, please. Now, many of our schools in Falmouth, all of our elementary schools, border or in very close proximity to B2 zoning. This is a T-Ticket elementary school. And the reddish-orange area is some B2 zoning. Next slide, please. East Falmouth Elementary, the same idea. You have B2 zoning directly adjacent to it. Next slide, please. North Falmouth Elementary, there is B2 zoning. It's not directly next to it, but it's very close proximity. And the final slide, this is Main Street. Mullen Hall is in the top left hand in the pink. All that dark red is B2 zoning. And then the last slide. The town currently has a bylaw that registered marijuana dispensaries cannot be located within 500 feet of all of these aforementioned locations. So this would be basically mirroring that same bylaw, but with substance abuse clinics, which are less than 1 day. And this all came up recently with the syringe access program. There is push at the State House for a safe injection site. So these would all fall under this category. And actually, the AIDS Support Group of Cape Cod at their last meeting on March the 26th said that they are looking for locations 1,000 feet from schools, churches, etc., because of the outcry of the needle exchange program placed directly across from St. Anthony's Church. And that's about it. And I would hope you all would vote yes on this. There's some precedent in the town with the marijuana. I hope you would just support the kids that, you know, we're not saying we don't want these programs, just not within 500 feet of schools, playgrounds, etc. Thank you.
Discussion? Yep. Mr. Alfonso?
Phil Alfonso, Precinct 9. I'm going to say this one nice and early. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to have a roll call vote on this one. There's a lot of people in this town. In the last year alone, the things we've had gone up against with Gosnold next to Morse Pond School, the needle dispensary across from St. Anthony's Church. Like Mr. Halen said, it's not that these programs shouldn't exist, but right next door to sensitive areas. You know, one thing that struck me in sort of poor taste at the location across from St. Anthony's, let's say you have a parent who just lost a loved one. We had 3 people die last week in 1 day. Let's say that one of those 3 had picked up some needles across the street, and then their parents buried them a couple of days later at St. Anthony's. Out of respect to that family alone, I think that this article, it's definitely the right thing to do. So I'm calling for a roll call vote. A lot of people in our community absolutely stand behind this. A lot of you guys know I have my hands pretty deep in social media. People outside of our elected positions who elect us to these seats want this. So I'm voting yes.
Okay, we have a request for a recorded roll call vote. All those in favor of the recorded roll call vote, please stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A sufficient number haven't arisen. When we do a roll call vote, when we do a vote, it'll be a recorded roll call vote. So if we can prep the slide. Mr. Latimer? Yep, you're next.
Thank you, Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I think it was Karl Marx who said religion is the opiate of the masses. The American pharmaceutical industry has corrected that. Today it's OxyContin. And it is a major problem. And there are people out on the streets who are not limited to going near schools or churches, who are severely addicted, and they need a place where they can get straightened out. They need places like this. I urge you to support this article and vote yes. Thank you.
Ms. Lichtenstein? And then right behind her.
Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. I have had more phone calls about this article, people wanting me to vote for it, than I have ever had in all my years as a town meeting member. And that includes the Cranberry Bog votes and the Turbine votes. So my own little straw poll is that a lot of people in Falmouth, at least in Precinct 8, would like us to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Okay, if you could just pass the mic right behind you there.
Precinct 3. I happen to be a social worker who works somewhat in this area. So my question is not against this particular article, but what will be put in place to ensure, as much as you can, dirty needle drop-offs in the street? We all know it happens. We've seen them. We've picked them up. What can you do to prevent that from happening? Now, I know you can't do it 100%, but tell me what the plan is involved with this. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of beyond the scope of what we're doing here. We're changing the zoning bylaw for setback requirements. We're not going to get into a specific what's that program going to be. Yeah.
To ask the question.
You do, and I have a right to tell you that that question needs to
Okay,
be
fine.
asked in the
Thank you
forum
very
that they're talking about, specifically that needle exchange program. This is whether or not to do this 500-foot setback in the zoning bylaw. Okay, Ms. Braga?
I just have a question, or maybe a comment about the ambiguity of this, the wording of this article. I don't think it's specific enough when you have the definition of substance abuse clinic being a use of land or building on the same lot where people with an alcohol or drug addiction are treated and remain for less than 24 hours. I think you need to have some more specific language about the fact that they're treated at that clinic in regards to their alcohol or drug addiction, because otherwise you're just leaving it, it's very open-ended, and I think it's a recipe for some litigation for the town, because if you're indicating that it's anyone with an alcohol or drug addiction, the way it's written now, I think it can be read that it's anywhere where someone with an alcohol or drug addiction is treated and remains for less than 24 hours. There are many people who go to their other physicians who are, they're going for their regular appointments and they have alcohol or drug addiction. I think that there's, whether people support it or not, I think there's a lack of clarity with that definition. So I don't know if there's a way to correct that, but I think that it's a little bit open-ended. And I think everyone here understands what you're meaning by it, but I don't know if that's sort of, if we're going to make this a bylaw, I think it needs to have some more specificity. That's just my comment. Maybe town council can wait.
So, Mr. Duffy, do you want to opine on that? And the other concern I have is the way the parentheses are. You appear to ban everything in the list, not just at the clinic.
Frank Duffy, Town Council. We don't have the benefit of a planning board recommendation or thoughts on this matter, but I think the points that Selectman English Braga raises are valid. A use of land or buildings on the same lot where people with an alcohol or drug addiction are treated, that could be a doctor's office.
So, treated for the alcohol or drug addiction? Do you want to add that or something?
I would agree with that, yes. But could I reply to both of their comments or questions?
Sure.
The language that I took for this article was from other locations, towns, cities that have adopted similar articles, and they have been approved. So I did not just make up these words myself. I'm not smart enough to do so. I stole from other communities. It does have precedent with going through the AG's office as written, but I would welcome the amendment, as you said, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, so in the first definition there, after alcohol or drug addiction, are treated for the alcohol or drug addiction and remain for less than 24 hours.
Could we throw the slide back up? I'm sorry.
So could we take the vote on the clarifying language before we go back to the main debate? Okay, just to add that clarifying language. All those in favor signify by saying aye. What? Yep. So in the definition section there, where it says with an alcohol or drug addiction, are treated, add for the alcohol or drug addiction, and remain for less than 24 hours. Okay. So the idea is that going to a regular doctor's office or an optometrist or something else wouldn't apply in this area. That's the purpose of the clarification. So I guess we're going to have a debate on the amendment. So what do you need? Go ahead. Who wants to debate the amendment? Yep. Go ahead.
It's germane to sort of my initial concern. I understand we're trying to fix this language. I don't think that fixes it. You can go to your regular primary care physician and you can get prescriptions for all types of ailments, including alcohol or drug addiction. If we're talking specifically about the concern for a program like a needle exchange, not returning to the specific debate in town about that particular location, but if that's the goal, I think we have to have very clear language. I understand that you took it from other towns, but we don't have all, I don't know if in that town bylaw they had a larger expanded definition somewhere that we don't have the benefit of. So I still think we are opening up, we're not addressing the concern you have, number one, and secondly, we're opening up we're just opening up a can of worms, because you can go to doctors for all of those things. I think we'd have to have more clarifying language.
Okay. Dr. Snyder? This is just on the amendment piece.
I'm sitting here wondering if we had colored pencils and a map, if we would benefit from seeing where you couldn't have one and where you could. It's really tough when you are talking about these terms. I think you'd want to be that definite to be able to say, this is where you can have one and this is where you can't. And we're not there with this language. And I feel like without that, it's premature. That's my feeling on this.
Okay, Ms. Bissonette?
Karen Bissonette, Precinct 2. I'm also concerned with what the selectman said as well, the language, because people who are addicted a lot of times have mental health issues. So you're telling me they can't have a counselor's office within 500 feet. So they're actually getting treated for their substance abuse addiction if they're going to a mental health counselor, because that's part of the treatment. So I'm very uncomfortable with this.
Okay, Mr. Donald? Microphone?
Yes, I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment. If we insert only or primarily a land use of a use of land or on the same lot where only people with alcohol or drug addiction are treated for the alcohol and drug addiction and remain for less than 24 hours. I think that might clarify it.
So you're adding the word only between the words where and people?
Yes.
Okay. So the second amendment is to add the word only between the words where and people. I'm going to do discussion just on that amendment. Is it just on that amendment? Go ahead.
Latimer, Precinct 1. I believe in order to get this use, the two amendments, this amendment, Mr. Donald, absolutely clarifies and eliminates any ambiguity by putting that this is a place only for people with alcohol or substance abuse problems. So it doesn't apply to a general practitioner's doctor's office or a general counselor's office. It's only, this is a use exclusively for treatment of people with alcohol and drug problems, and they only go there to be treated for that. If that isn't clear enough, especially given the clear purpose of this article, then nobody is going to be able to draft any language that makes it any clearer. So I think we should vote yes on this amendment and then vote yes on the article. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Is this just on this amendment, adding the word only? Okay. Yeah. Well, you're on the other list. That's why I'm wondering, because I've got 3 lists now.
Sarah Long, Precinct 7. I have to agree with Attorney Braga. I'm also an attorney. We tear this language apart for a living, and writing it carefully is important. I'm worried about the ambiguity, and I'm also worried about AA and churches. Okay, so my church has AA meetings and NA meetings. Is that treatment? So my church has to stop the AA meetings? And so I can't vote for this. My church should be able to decide if that ministry, which it is, can be held at my church, at the Waquoit Congregational Church. So I think it can be crafted. I do. And I'm wondering, and this is a question for the moderator, I don't know, I'm still new to town meeting. Can we table this to look at more language later? Because I'd like to see it written, I can't.
Yeah, so what we'd have to do is, we can't bind a future meeting, so what we'd have to do is vote no on this and hope that the petitioner would work with the planning board and.
Well, I
clean
meant
up the language.
tomorrow.
Well, you could table it and see where we are.
Just an idea. I would leave it to you to make that decision. But I need to see it. I have to, as I said, this is what I do for a living. I read this stuff and I interpret it and then I tear it apart if I have to.
So-
and this doesn't feel good to me
So
right
do you want to
now.
make a motion to table this motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table it, but within this meeting. To
Okay,
give
yeah, so
the
we-
petitioner an opportunity to come back and maybe put language up and we could really vote for it.
Yeah, so we'd have to take it off the table anyways in order to dissolve the meeting. So the motion to table it, all those in favor, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of tabling the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. It's opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and we'll table the current motions, all three, on Article 24.
Regarding this article, that was being tabled, can I not?
No, we're
Okay,
tabled.
that's
So
fine.
You might want to circle back with some folks on language.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Article 25. This is the, yes.
Taking up the suggestion made by Barbara Snyder, it'd be great if we came back with maps, mark out whatever the amendment comes back to, so we see exactly what areas we're talking about.
Okay.
Peter Wasser, Precinct 1.
Article 25, this is the zoning code for performance requirements. Planning board for the main motion.
Jim Fox, Chairman of the Planning Board, would like to move the article as printed.
As printed. Mr. Latimer, did you have a question or something on this? And then we'll. Did you have a question, or do you want to debate it?
Mr. Moderator, Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I first have an amendment.
Okay,
which I
then,
have
then
in
let's
writing.
let's let the main presentation happen first, and then I'll go right to you.
Would you like to see the amendment?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I can make the presentation now.
Yeah, we're going to do the presentations first, Richard, and then you can make an amendment.
Hi, Dan Webb, Precinct 6. It's late. I'll go quickly on this. Next slide, please. There's a text of the article. Next slide, please. Overview. This article would amend our zoning bylaws to support and facilitate, but not to mandate, the adoption of solar energy during the planning board's site plan review process. Next slide, please. This would add a 9th criteria to the existing 8 criteria that are used in site plan review. It's consistent with the town's long-range comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. So what exactly is subject to site plan review? It's important to note that 1-family and 2-family homes are exempt from that process. Projects that are adding 1,000 or more square feet or 5 or more parking spaces are subject to site plan review. It is largely commercial projects that go through this. Next slide, please. The existing bylaw has 8 design parameters known as performance requirements. This article would add a 9th design parameter. Next slide, please. Here's the existing bylaw. It is a prime candidate for recodification. It is difficult to read. But the way I would summarize this is, and this is the first of 2 slides, A, B, and C are the first of the first 3 of the 8 performance criteria. So basically, these are attributes that the planning board is looking to have optimized in the design. Things like pedestrian and vehicular safety, visual character, stormwater. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So item I at the bottom of the screen is the proposed amendment, the 9th design criteria. improve the collection of solar energy. Again, this doesn't mandate that you have to add all sorts of expensive solar. It says that that a good design should be considering solar exposure and should be considering how to maximize that, just as it should be considering, for example, in F, reduction of volume of gutter fill, or in E, reduction of the removal of trees. These are all attributes that a good design should address. Next slide, please. This is consistent with our local comprehensive plan that was adopted by town meeting in 2013. The public policy statement says public policy will strongly support the use of appropriate renewable energy sources. Next slide, please. Both the Planning Board and the Energy Committee have endorsed this article. Next slide, please. I would urge you to pass this article as written. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Latimer.
Could we have Mr. Webb's second slide put up there again, please?
Is any chance you have a slide of the amendment?
I don't have a slide of it, no.
Okay.
No, actually, his next one. No? Okay, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. The one where he laid out the bylaw. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I have proposed an amendment to this article which would read, adding a solar energy as a ninth performance requirement for site design as follows. I, improve the collection of solar energy by photovoltaic and/or hot water systems, comma, provided that no solar energy installation may be denied, modified, or conditioned in any way based on any criterion other than a substantial concern for public health or safety, comma, as supported by clear and convincing evidence presented to the Planning Board at a public hearing. For this article to have its purported effect of encouraging solar development, that condition is absolutely necessary because, excuse me, please go back to the last slide that you had up there. Because if you read very carefully where the 240 section 101 site design criteria include views and vistas from the road and from neighboring properties. Now that is exactly what we discussed last fall when the Planning Board wanted to come in here, have a moratorium so that they could design a bylaw for these that would subject these installations to review under aesthetic criteria. That was resoundingly defeated because, number one, it is inconsistent with public policy as found in state regulations. It is a situation that will not promote solar, but will deter people, because that means that anybody living near or next to one of these installations, or somebody who drives by one every day, can come in and complain, well, this is a NIMBY complaint, well, it spoils my view, or it offends my sense of aesthetics, it wrecks the appearance of my village. And the Planning Board can then say no, or can say, well, you've got to move this back, you've got to screen it, and put all these conditions on that will make it less economical for people who want to install solar to do so. Without this amendment, that makes it very clear that the Planning Board cannot deny this except for substantial reasons of public health or safety. This is a bylaw that would effectively kill many solar projects that would be beneficial to the town and to the owner of the property. When the moratorium issue came up last fall, I asked Mr. Fox, who was the chairman of the Planning Board, why do we need this? And he said to me, have you seen Kenyans? And I said, yeah, what's the big deal? that is what he would want to prevent. He would want to prevent somebody like the owner of Kenyon's from an economical installation of solar power based on some concern for, well, it might offend the public. Actually, state policy, as contained in the statute, Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 9B, actually do just the opposite of what the planning board wants to do. That statute says that the town could enact bylaws that say the person who puts a solar installation on their property has a sunlight easement over abutting properties. And the planning board could adopt a bylaw, which they should, that says whenever that someone develops solar installation, then any abutting properties must meet setback requirements, must meet height restrictions to allow the sunlight to get to that. This bylaw does just the opposite by subjecting it to site plan review based on views and vistas. There's a way to save the bylaw from being inconsistent with state policy and also to prevent many lawsuits that would inevitably arise by simply specifying, as the amendment does, that solar energy installations can be denied, modified only based upon legitimate concerns for health and safety. That would make the beneficial effects of the bylaw to encourage, supposedly to encourage solar, actually encourage solar as opposed to allow the planning board to deny reasonable projects. I noted that I call this a Trojan horse, and I'll tell you why. I spoke with Ms. Carey at the break about this, and she didn't realize that by putting this into planning board jurisdiction under site plan review, that the planning board could do this. She didn't realize that. But that's exactly why the planning board is recommending this, and how do we know that? Because that's what they wanted to do last fall, and that's what we told them, no, they can't do it. So let's tell them now again, no, they can't do it. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is adding to what's printed in the warrant, provided that no solar energy installation may be denied, modified, or conditioned in any way based on any criterion other than a substantial concern for public health or safety, as supported by clear and convincing evidence presented to the planning board at a public hearing. Want to speak on that?
I appreciate Mr. Latimer's zeal in defending solar permitting, and I share that zeal. But if I understand correctly, what he's proposing in his amendment is protections, permitting protections that are already included in state law. Under Massachusetts state law, permitting of solar cannot be, and I'm going to quote the law almost verbatim here, cannot be unreasonably regulated or prohibited unless based on the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. That's already in state law, so I feel that to try to roll that into a local bylaw would be redundant. So I would urge passage of the article as written without the proposed amendment.
Okay, yep, in the back. We got a microphone to the right.
Thank you. Bob Baker, Precinct 4. I'm rising more on a point of personal privilege here. I'm starting to get the feeling that we're repeating last November's problems. In almost 4 hours of a meeting, we're now being given a very long amendment, which is not on a slide, which is not handed in front of us, and it's very, very difficult to absorb all of this. And I've just had that feeling, and I needed to express it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hargraves.
Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. I object to this amendment, and I object to the article itself. And my thunder was stolen by the previous comment that state law protects people who want to install solar on their property. And otherwise, you're looking at something here that is described as performance requirements. And if you look up Chapter 70, Article 23, you'll see that the other 8 things are very strictly enforced in terms of protecting the environment and the properties surrounding and the properties on which any structure is going to exist. So I do agree with Mr. Latimer on one thing, that there might be a Trojan horse in here somewhere, because in the explanation it says it does not add a requirement, but does urge consideration of solar energy. Now, if you look at the other 8 requirements here on Chapter 240, in 240-111, you see that those are very technical aspects of development that require engineering, drawing, and due consideration for the planning board to consider. And so, and to what extent is due consideration going to be considered when someone is considering solar in compliance with this bylaw if we pass it? I don't think it's necessary. State law protects people who want to put in solar, and this is kind of a backhanded way of telling people they must do an analysis and supply information to show due consideration. And I don't think the bylaw says that, but I think that's how it could be abused for an applicant. Thank you. I would urge you to vote against this.
Mr. Lowe?
Past 11 to finish this one article.
Okay, there's a motion to stay after 11 to finish this article. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, and we'll finish this article. Any further discussion on Mr. Latimer's amendment? Mr. Latimer.
Redundancy, redundancy. The prior article, we just went through amendment to clarify and further clarify and further clarify when it was very clear what the article was about, which was about establishing places where people with addiction problems could go and get some temporary help. Well, what this article is supposed to be about is promoting solar energy, but what it actually does is it gives the planning board the authority to deny projects, something that we rejected last fall. As the gentleman says, I would just soon not see this article at all, and if it's not amended, I surely intend to vote against it, as I would hope every clear-headed person in this room would do. The amendment that I proposed is as verbose as it is, because as we've seen on the last article, you have to be very clear. Now, is it redundant? Well, if it's necessarily so, because what the performance requirements say is quite different from what the state law says. And what is the planning board going to do? They will follow their performance requirements, which will inevitably lead to lawsuits. Duh. So I think if you want to see this article on the bylaws, vote for the amendment, and that will make it very clear that the planning board cannot divert from state law, and then we will avoid litigation, and whatever salutary effect it might have in promoting solar will take effect. If we don't amend it and we pass the bylaw, then it is certain that the planning board will find ways to modify or deny projects like Kenyon's. Mr. Fox would have denied Kenyon's. You drive by there, what do you see? You see a solar installation, a canopy that protects people while gassing their cars, and provides lots of free energy. So either vote for my amendment or decide to vote against the article in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Donald? Yep. Yep, with the microphone.
Main motion.
Oh, the main motion, okay. Mr. Herbst?
Ralph Herbst, Precinct 8. It seems to me as though most people are in favor of solar energy, and it's something that we all profess that we want to see. However, I don't see how you can give the planning board the right to deny a developer their project simply because they can't afford to put in solar at that time. They may want to put it in at a later time, but to tell the developer you cannot go ahead with your project because you're not going to put in solar.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
I'd just like to repeat that nothing in this article requires the installation of solar. It requires the consideration of solar during the design. There is nothing in here mandating solar.
Okay. Gotcha. So the question will come on the amendment. All those in favor of Mr. Latimer's additional language signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The chair is that the noes have it by a majority, and the amendment doesn't pass. Question now comes back to the main motion, Mr. Donald. Okay, we got a recorded roll call vote request on Article 25. All those in favor signify by standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Sufficient number having arisen. When we vote on this one, let's queue up a slide for a recorded roll call vote.
Comment also on the main motion.
Go ahead.
I think this is important because I think people who come before the planning board should be really real conscious of considering solar, and I think it also gives an opportunity for the planning board to be able to, encourage people, and it's another tool in their toolbox. Thanks.
Okay, further discussion on the underlying motion. Mr. Latimer.
Again, it is important for people to understand at this town meeting what they are voting for. To vote for this article without expressly limiting the planning board's criteria under site plan review is to invite abuse. It is to invite a neighbor with a NIMBY concern about, oh, I don't like the way that looks, from going to the planning board, who will apply the criteria that we put up there, views and vistas, and say, no, you can't do that. Or you have to screen this, which will affect, or set it back further, which will have a negative effect on the economics of solar energy, and will have, contrary to the stated purpose of this article, will have the effect of deterring people. Because in order to put in a solar installation, they will have to spend more money on landscaping, on fencing. Whereas the state policy is that what you do is you promote solar by putting those burdens on people who would develop their properties in ways that block the sunlight. It is a perversion of the state policy and the state law to give the planning board that authority, and without specifying that they cannot base these decisions on aesthetic concerns like views and vistas, that's what they're going to do. And that's going to invite litigation. Just use your common sense. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fox?
I didn't really want to speak about this, but since this is turning into a personal attack on me, I got to just say a few things about it. Well, it's important because it's important. You're all saying that the state law says we can't regulate. Well, we listened to that argument last year. The question was called before we could ask Mr. Duffy if there is any regulations, and the very next article, we set setbacks that allow for regulations, and it went through and you all voted for it. This has just turned into a personal attack on me. And I just want to point out that I've developed more solar in this town than anybody. We bring in almost $700,000 a year for the solar field. I worked 6 years for it. I'm really insulted that my name has to be thrown around an article I have nothing to do with.
Mr. Fox is correct. We are not supposed to divulge to personalities. I did let it slide, and let's, when we're debating, debate the topic and not divulge to personalities. I'm sorry, Mr. Fox, for allowing it beyond the scope of the rules. Mr. Webb.
I think the water has been really sort of muddied here. This is a good, sensible way to encourage the adoption of solar. It doesn't mandate it. I think we all know that state law stands. We don't need to repeat state law in our local bylaws. It's already there, and it's in force regardless. I think the endorsement of the Energy Committee is clear evidence that this isn't some sort of a Trojan horse. This is a sensible and straightforward effort to speed up the adoption of solar. Thank you.
Okay. The Energy Committee want to comment here?
Rosemary Carey, Precinct 5. Yes, Mr. Latimer brought up a conversation we briefly had in the break room where I wasn't aware of what he was referring to. So I just don't want the town meeting members to think that the Energy Committee's support of the bill as written is in any way diminished.
Okay. Something new?
Dave McDonald, Precinct 3. Mr. Moderator, I'd like us to move the question for vote.
Okay, we have a motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Here the chairs that the ayes have it by the 2/3 and the question's moved. We'll be voting with electronic voting devices on this one, and it'll be a recorded roll call vote. All those in favor of Article 25 as printed signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, press 2B. Yeah, we're holding on here to open the poll. You got to open the poll? Okay, here we go. All those in favor signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, 2B. You have to restart it? Okay. Oh, we're going to reset the roll call device. I want to remind folks to drop off your electronic voting devices on the way out. Don't bring them home, because we're going to need them for tomorrow night. Is the poll open? All those in favor signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, 2B. Yes, this is a 2/3. By a counted vote of 141 in favor and 42 opposed, the necessary 2/3 prevails, and Article 25 passes as printed. Meeting will stand in recess until 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net. Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors.
Simply Hearing is an independent, locally owned center for all your hearing needs. Simply Hearing is conveniently located in the center of Homeport Professional Offices. We offer all manufacturers, simple consultation, and years of service. Simply Hearing, 508-548-8123. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
Dogs and Hogs, family owned and operated for over 5 years. Our slow smoke barbecue is available for dine-in, pickup, or catering, now featuring our homemade barbecue sauce. We also serve beer and wine, have gluten-free options, and lobster rolls.
RJ's Variety and Liquor, family owned and operated for 15 years. We have a variety of beer, wine, and liquor, local frozen stuffed quahogs, local frozen pizza snacks, and more. RJ's Variety and Liquor, 174 Sandwich Road, T-Ticket. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
Hamilton Tree and Landscaping has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Located on Route 151, we're available for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Bayside Kitchen and Bath at 419 Palmer Avenue in Falmouth, where design and installation professionals work closely with homeowners, architects, and builders, offering a full range of cabinetry, countertops, and faucets. Bayside Kitchen and Bath, returning you to beautiful spaces. Waypoint Living Spaces, carrying a large variety of products to suit your needs in any living space of your house. Waypoint, available locally at Bayside Kitchen and Bath or online at waypointlivingspace.com.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-540-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations. Cavosa Disposal is proud to provide trash removal, recycling, and composting to local businesses in Falmouth and surrounding communities. Cavosa Disposal would like to thank its customers in Falmouth. Cavosa Disposal, 508-563-5070. Family owned since 1919, at Puritan Cape Cod you'll find the latest in men's and women's clothing, as well as ski and tennis equipment and much more. Located on Main Street, Falmouth, and in Chatham, Mashpee, and Hyannis. Puritan Cape Cod, 199 Main Street, Falmouth, and online at puritanCapeCod.com.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations.
J. Miller Picture Framer, Deer Crossing, Route 28, Mashpee. Dalby Septic Plumbing, 508-548-5488. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. The Falmouth EDIC, 508-548-7440. Waquoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Annie Hart Cool, Global Real Estate Advisor, Southby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. St. Elizabeth Seton Church, 508-563-7770. Vincent Associates Real Estate at 159 Main Street, Town Hall Square, 548-6500. Sora's Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, David Rogers, proprietor, 508-274-2057. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. Carl F. Cavosa Excavating, 508-563-1400. 5530. Paul's Precision Automotive Repair, 508-548-3164. David Rogers Electric, 508-564-7507. Murray and McDonald Insurance, Jones Road in Falmouth and MacArthur Boulevard in Bourne, 800-800-8990. Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Andy's Barbershop in the Falmouth Plaza. Chapman Colin Gleason, 508-540-4172. Hanish Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center on Route 28 in East Falmouth, 508-548-4842. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank, 508-627-4266. Falmouth Volunteers in Public Schools, 508-548-1621. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454. FCTV also thanks Stop and Shop, Shaw's, Walmart, and the Windfall Market.